Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never really talked about this with anyone other than my parents and my therapist. For years, they both insisted it was just my imagination, some weird childhood thing I'd eventually grow out of. But I'm 22 now, and they're still here. They've always been here. I'm talking about what I call the peekers, these impossibly tall shadow figures that have been watching me since I was around 6 years old. I still remember the first time I saw one. I was lying in bed, half asleep, when I felt this weird sensation like I was being watched. I opened my eyes, and there it was. This dark, impossibly tall figure, probably 8 or 9 feet tall, just standing in my doorway. It was so dark that it seemed to absorb the hallway light around it. I couldn't make out any features, just this tall, thin shadow with what seemed like a head tilted slightly, like it was curious about me. I screamed, of course. My parents came running, turned on all the lights, checked under the bed, in the closet, behind the curtains, the whole routine. But by then, it was gone. They told me it was just a bad dream, and maybe I'd seen the shadow of the coat rack in the hallway. I believed them at first. I wanted to believe them, but then it happened again, and again, and again. For 16 years now. They come almost every other week, sometimes more frequently. It's never been less than 10 days between visits, but never more than 20. I've kept track in my journal for the past few years, trying to find a pattern, but there isn't one that I can discern. They just show up. The weird thing is, they don't do anything threatening. They just watch. They peer at me from doorways, from around corners, over furniture. Sometimes I'll be in the shower and see one looking over the curtain rod. Once, I was in my college library at a study desk with tall partitions, and I felt that familiar sensation, looked up, and there was one peering over the top of the partition at me. What happens next is always the same. The moment I notice them and make eye contact, or whatever passes for eye contact with a featureless shadow, they seem to get startled. They jerk slightly, almost like a person who's been caught staring. Then they quickly duck behind whatever they were looking over, and when I go to check, they're gone, completely gone, even in situations where there's nowhere they could have possibly escaped to without me seeing them. For years, I just learned to live with them. My parents thought I had an overactive imagination or was seeking attention. My therapist in high school suggested they might be hypnagogic hallucinations, but that doesn't explain seeing them in broad daylight or in public places. Eventually, I just stopped talking about them to anyone. What was the point? No one believed me. I named them peekers because that's all they do. They peek at me. They never come fully into a room. They never approach me. They're always just watching from a distance, as if they're afraid to come too close. Last month, though, something changed, and that's why I'm finally writing this out. I need to tell someone, even if it's just strangers on the internet. I was at home, working on my laptop in the living room. My dog Max, a 3-year-old golden retriever, was curled up next to me on the couch. It was around 8 in the evening, already dark outside. I had this feeling, that same prickly sensation on the back of my neck that I always get when they're around. I've gotten so used to it that I didn't even look up right away. I just kept typing, figuring I'd eventually see one out of the corner of my eye, acknowledge it, and it would disappear like always. But then Max raised his head, his ears perked up, and he was staring intently at something behind me. I turned around slowly, and there it was, one of the peekers, looking at us from around the corner that leads to the hallway, just the top half of its head and what would be its eyes, if it had any visible features, peering around the wall. Max saw it. He fucking saw it. In all these years, I've never had confirmation that anyone or anything else could see them. I always assumed they were visible only to me, which is part of why I thought maybe everyone else was right. Maybe they were just in my head, but Max was looking right at it, and then he started whimpering, not barking, not growling, whimpering like he was terrified. He pressed himself against me, trembling. The peaker stayed longer than usual, watching us both. It seemed almost interested in Max's reaction. Finally, I said what I always say when I'm alone. "I see you." And like always, it jerked slightly, as if surprised, and disappeared behind the wall. I got up immediately, Max still pressed against my leg, and went to check the hallway, empty, as always. But Max wouldn't go down that hallway for the rest of the night. He kept staring at that corner, hackles slightly raised. That changed everything for me. These things are real. They're not in my head, and whatever they are, they scare my dog, a creature with instincts far better than mine. Since that night, I've been noticing changes in their behavior. They seem to be staying visible longer. They don't disappear as quickly when I acknowledge them, and twice now I've seen more than one at a time, something that never happened before. Last week, I saw one peering around my bedroom door, while another was looking in through my window from outside. I'm on the second floor. I've started researching shadow people, hat man phenomena, all that stuff. Nothing quite matches what I experience. The peekers are distinctly different, taller, more cautious, and they always maintain this peeking behavior rather than fully revealing themselves. Today was the worst day so far, and it's why I'm finally writing all this down. I woke up around 3 in the morning to Max growling quietly beside my bed. He sleeps in my room now. Neither of us is comfortable being alone anymore. The room was dark except for the faint blue light from my alarm clock, but I could feel them, not just one, but several. That prickly sensation was intense, almost overwhelming. I reached for my phone to use as a flashlight, but as soon as I moved, I heard something I've never heard from them before. A sound. It was like a soft clicking, almost like someone gently tapping their fingernails against a hard surface. Click, click, click. Then silence. I froze. In 16 years, they've never made a sound. Max was still growling, his eyes fixed on my bedroom doorway. I slowly looked in that direction and saw one peering around the door frame. But this time, it wasn't just the top of its head. It was leaning further in than I'd ever seen before, with what would be its shoulders visible. It was so tall, it had to bend to look through my doorway. "I see you," I whispered, my voice shaking. It didn't move. It didn't jerk away like they usually do. It just kept watching. Then I noticed another one looking in through my window, and a third peering over the foot of my bed, which should be impossible given how short my bed is compared to their height. Max's growl turned into a whimper again, and he pressed himself against me so hard I could feel his heart racing. I reached for the lamp on my nightstand, and as soon as I clicked it on, there was that sound again. Click, click, click. But faster this time, almost urgent. The light flooded the room, and they were gone, all of them, simultaneously. But Max wouldn't stop whimpering. He kept looking around the room, especially at the closet. I got out of bed, my legs shaking, and slowly approached the closet door, which was partially open. I took a deep breath and yanked it all the way open. Nothing was there, of course. There never is. I couldn't get back to sleep after that. I sat on my bed with all the lights on, Max curled up in my lap, despite being way too big for it until morning came. I called in sick to work. I couldn't face going outside, not after that night. It's evening now and I haven't seen any of them today, but the feeling of being watched hasn't left me. I keep thinking about that clicking sound. Why now? Why, after 16 years of silence, I don't know what they want. I don't know why they've been watching me for most of my life. I used to think they were curious but harmless, like shy observers from somewhere else. Now I'm not so sure. The fact that they've changed their pattern, that they're getting bolder, that they're making sounds now, it terrifies me. Max hasn't left my side all day. He keeps staring at empty corners of the room, occasionally growling quietly. I trust his instincts more than my own at this point. I'm writing this partly to keep a record, partly to see if anyone else has experienced anything similar. I know how it sounds. Believe me, I've spent 16 years being told it's all in my head. But Max saw them. He heard them. They're real. It's getting dark again now. I've turned on every light in my apartment. Max just started growling again, staring at the hallway. That familiar prickly feeling is creeping up my neck. I think they're coming back, and somehow I don't think saying "I see you" is going to be enough anymore. Story 2. I've never told this story to anyone except my children and grandchildren, but I think it's time to finally write it down. I'm an old woman now, and someday soon this memory will disappear with me. What happened that night in 1943 still gives me goosebumps, and I'm not someone who scares easily. My brothers, Jack and Thomas, built a beautiful summer home for our mother in Beverly Shores, Indiana, back in the late 30s. It was nothing extravagant, but it was a cozy little place where she could escape the Iowa summer heat. The house sat nestled among tall pines, about half a mile from Lake Michigan. You could hear the waves crashing if the night was quiet enough. When the war broke out, both my brothers enlisted. Jack joined the Army and Thomas the Navy. With them gone, the responsibility of looking after Mother fell to me. I didn't mind. She was a sweet woman who rarely complained, despite her arthritis, making everyday tasks increasingly difficult. She loved that summer house, and I couldn't bear to tell her we should stop going because of the war. Gas rationing made trips difficult, but I saved my rations and made it work. Mother often brought her friend Margaret along for company. They'd spend weeks at the summer house while I'd stay in Iowa, working at the local factory that had been converted to produce parts for military vehicles. Every few weekends, I'd drive out to either bring them supplies or take them back home. The day it happened was October 12th, 1943. I remember because it was my father's birthday, though he'd passed years earlier. I'd planned to drive out and bring Mother and Margaret back to Iowa for the winter. The weather reports warned of storms, but I figured I could beat the worst of it if I left early enough. I was wrong. By mid-afternoon, the sky had darkened to a sickly greenish grey. The radio crackled with static as the announcer warned of severe thunderstorms moving across the region. I considered turning back, but I was already more than halfway there, and Mother would worry if I didn't show up as planned. She didn't have a telephone at the summer house. Rain started falling as I crossed into Indiana, just a light drizzle at first. By the time I reached the county roads leading to Beverly Shores, it was coming down in sheets. The windshield wipers of my 1938 Dodge couldn't keep up. I had to slow to a crawl, my knuckles white on the steering wheel as I strained to see the road ahead. There was a particular stretch I dreaded even in good weather, a winding, poorly maintained dirt road that cut through dense woods for about 3 miles before reaching the more developed area near the lake. No houses, no farms, nothing but trees and underbrush. The locals called it Bogman's Road because parts of it passed near swampy areas that were perpetually muddy. As I turned onto Bogman's Road, the rain intensified. Thunder boomed overhead, so loud I could feel it in my chest. Lightning flashed, momentarily illuminating the tunnel of trees ahead. The road had turned to mud, and my tires struggled for traction. I was about a mile in when I felt the car suddenly lurch to the right. The steering wheel jerked in my hands, and I knew immediately what had happened. Flat tire. Damn it all, I muttered, pulling over as far as I could, which wasn't far at all on the narrow road. I sat there for a moment, listening to the rain hammer on the roof, weighing my options. I had a spare tire and knew how to change it. My brothers had made sure of that before they left, but the conditions were terrible. I was wearing my good dress and coat since I'd planned to take Mother straight to a nice dinner once we got back to Iowa. There was no choice. I couldn't sit there all night, and no one was likely to come along this road, especially in this weather. Mother would be worried sick if I didn't arrive. I grabbed my flashlight, took a deep breath, and stepped out into the downpour. The rain hit me like a bucket of ice water. Within seconds, I was soaked to the skin. Mud immediately filled my shoes and splattered up my stockings. I trudged to the trunk, fighting against the wind that threatened to knock me over. Getting the spare tire out was the easy part. Positioning the jack in the increasingly soft ground proved nearly impossible. Every time I thought I had it stable, the car would shift and sink a little deeper into the mud. After 15 minutes of struggling, I was filthy, freezing, and on the verge of tears. That's when I heard it, the sound of an approaching engine. I stood up, wiping mud from my face, and peered down the road in the direction I'd come from. Headlights cut through the darkness, growing brighter as they approached. Relief flooded through me. Help was coming. The vehicle, a black Ford sedan that looked fairly new, pulled up behind my car and stopped. The headlights remained on, creating long shadows in the rain. For a moment no one emerged, and a flicker of unease passed through me. I was a woman alone on a deserted road. Then the driver's door opened, and a man stepped out. He was tall and wore a dark trench coat and a fedora pulled low against the rain. In the poor light I couldn't make out his features clearly. "Having trouble, ma'am." His voice was deep but gentle, with an accent I couldn't quite place. "Flat tire," I called back over the storm. "I'm trying to change it, but the ground's too soft for the jack." Without another word, he walked to my car and knelt to examine the situation. His expensive-looking shoes and the hem of his trench coat were immediately caked with mud, but he didn't seem to notice or care. "I have a better jack in my car," he said simply. "Won't sink in the mud like yours." He returned to his vehicle and came back with tools. I held the flashlight while he worked efficiently, barely speaking except to ask me to adjust the light occasionally. His hands were large, but moved with surprising grace as he loosened the lug nuts, positioned his jack, and lifted the car. "You're driving alone in this weather?" he asked as he removed the flat tire. "I'm going to pick up my mother and her friend," I explained. "They're staying at our summer house in Beverly Shores." He nodded but didn't respond. As he worked, I noticed something odd. Despite the torrential downpour, water seemed to run off him differently than it should have. It was hard to explain, even to myself. It was as if the rain passed through him in places. I blinked hard, attributing the strange perception to the poor lighting and my own exhaustion. When I looked again, everything seemed normal. Within 20 minutes, he had the spare tire mounted and secured. He lowered the car, tightened the lug nuts one final time, and stood up. His once immaculate trench coat was now filthy with mud up to the knees, and his hands were black with grime. "All set," he said, wiping his hands on a handkerchief that did little good. "I can't thank you enough," I said, reaching for my purse. "Please, let me pay you for your trouble." He shook his head. "No need for that." "Please, I insist. You've ruined your nice clothes helping me." "Clothes can be cleaned," he said with a slight smile. I could see his face better now. He was middle-aged, with a strong jaw and kind eyes that crinkled at the corners. "Just be careful on these roads. They could be treacherous." "At least tell me your name," I persisted. He hesitated for a moment. "Henry," he finally said. "Drive safely, ma'am." I was determined to repay his kindness somehow. "Wait right here," I said. "I have some money in the car." I hurried to retrieve my purse from the passenger seat, fumbling to find my wallet in the dark. It couldn't have taken more than 30 seconds. When I stepped back out, cash in hand, I froze. The man was gone. So was his car. I stood there in the pouring rain, money clutched in my fist, utterly confused. There had been no sound of a car starting or driving away. The road stretched empty in both directions. It was as if both man and vehicle had simply vanished into the storm. "Hello," I called out, thinking perhaps he'd walked into the woods for some reason. Only the wind and rain answered. A chill that had nothing to do with my wet clothes ran down my spine. I hurried back into my car, locked the doors, and sat there shaking for several minutes. Eventually, I gathered my courage and started the engine. The car moved forward easily on its new tire. I drove slowly, keeping my eyes peeled for any sign of the black Ford or the man called Henry. After driving nearly a mile, I still hadn't seen any trace of him. There were no turn-offs, no side roads where he could have gone. It was impossible for him to have disappeared so completely in such a short time. When I reached Mother's house, I was still badly shaken. Mother took one look at my mud-covered clothes and pale face, and insisted I change and have a hot toddy before explaining what had happened. When I finally told them about the mysterious helper, Margaret crossed herself. "Was he solid?" she asked in a hushed voice. "What do you mean? Could you see through him at all, even a little?" I remembered the strange way the rain had seemed to pass through him in places and felt goosebumps rise on my arms. I'm not sure. It was dark and raining so hard. Margaret nodded knowingly. "There's stories about that stretch of road. A man died there back in the 20s, trying to help someone whose car was stuck in a storm. Another driver came around the curve too fast and struck him." "That's just superstition," I said, though my voice lacked conviction. "Perhaps," Mother said quietly, "but there are more things in heaven and earth, Mary." We left the next morning. As we passed the spot where I'd had the flat tire, I slowed down and peered into the woods. There was no sign anyone had ever been there, no tire tracks besides my own, no footprints in the now drying mud. For years afterward, I researched local newspapers, trying to find information about accidents on that road. In a yellowed copy of the Beverly Shores Gazette from 1925, I found it. "Local man killed while assisting stranded motorist." The man's name was Henry Wilcox. He had been a banker, known for his generosity. The article described him as wearing his characteristic fedora and trench coat when the accident occurred. That was 80 years ago now. I've driven that road many times since, in all kinds of weather, but I've never had another flat tire there, never seen the man in the fedora again. But sometimes when I'm alone and it's raining hard, I think about Henry, and I wonder if he's still out there, still helping stranded travelers on that dangerous stretch of road, reaching out from whatever comes after this life to prevent another tragedy like his own. All I know is that something happened that night that I cannot explain, and whenever anyone tells me there's no such thing as ghosts, I just smile and keep my story to myself. Until now. Story 3. I've never shared this publicly before. For most of my life, I've been afraid that talking about it would somehow make it worse, or that people would just think I was crazy. But after what happened at our family gathering last month, I need to get this off my chest. I grew up in a military family in Oak Ridge. My dad was a career army officer, which meant strict routines and early bedtimes. I was about 7 when it first happened. It was the middle of summer, probably around 1993, and our AC was struggling to keep up with the heat wave. I remember waking up absolutely parched, my throat feeling like sandpaper. My bedroom was upstairs, and I knew I needed water. Normally, I would have been too scared to go downstairs alone at night. I was that kid who always thought monsters lived in the dark. But my thirst overrode my fear. I remember sliding out of bed, my feet hitting the cool hardwood floor. The house was dead silent except for the hum of the AC unit. Our staircase had this weird elbow turn about halfway down. You'd go down a few steps, reach a small landing, then turn 90 degrees to continue down. From that landing, you could see straight to our front door. I remember holding onto the banister, taking each step carefully to avoid the ones that creaked. My parents' room was downstairs, and I didn't want to wake them. I reached the landing and turned to continue down when I froze. There, standing perfectly still by our front door, was something. Even now, typing this makes my hands shake. It was tall, much taller than my dad, who was 6 feet and completely black, not like a person wearing black clothes, but like a 3-dimensional shadow. The worst part, it had no face. Where features should have been was just nothing. A blank void. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just stood there, gripping the banister so hard my knuckles turned white. The thing didn't move either. It just stood there, watching. I know that sounds impossible without eyes, but I felt it watching me. The next thing I remember is waking up in my bed the next morning. I have no memory of how I got back there. Did I faint? Did I somehow sleepwalk back to my room? Did someone or something put me there? I've never been able to answer these questions. I told my parents about the shadow man at breakfast. My mom dismissed it as a nightmare. My dad looked concerned but ultimately agreed with her. Active imagination, he said. I wanted to believe them. I tried to convince myself it was just a dream, but I knew it wasn't. We moved about 2 hours away when I was 9. My dad got reassigned, and we left that house behind. I was relieved. I thought whatever I had seen would stay in that house, that it was tied to that place somehow. I was wrong. In our new house, things were fine for a while. I almost forgot about the faceless figure. Then, when I was 14, I was up late doing homework in my bedroom. My desk faced the window that overlooked our backyard. It was around 11 at night, and I remember feeling that weird sensation of being watched. When I looked up, it was there, standing in our backyard, that same featureless shadow looking up at my window. I practically fell out of my chair, scrambling away from the window. I ran to my parents' room and woke my dad, telling him someone was in our yard. He grabbed his flashlight and service pistol, he always kept it locked in his bedside table, and went outside to check. He found nothing. No footprints in the soft dirt of my mom's garden, no broken branches on the fence, nothing. Must have been a deer or something, he said when he came back inside. But the look on his face told me he wasn't entirely convinced. Still, what could he say? That there was a faceless shadow man stalking his son. He was a practical, no-nonsense military man. Such things didn't exist in his world. That was the only time I ever mentioned anything to my parents. I decided whatever was happening, I would deal with it alone. I couldn't bear the mix of concern and disbelief in their eyes. Throughout high school, the encounters continued, but they changed. Instead of seeing it outside, I started waking up in the middle of the night to find it standing in my room. The first time this happened, I was 16. I woke up around 3 in the morning with that familiar sensation of being watched. When I opened my eyes, it was standing at the foot of my bed, completely still, silent, faceless. I closed my eyes and started counting, something I'd read about in an article about sleep paralysis. I figured that's what it had to be, some weird hallucination caused by my brain being partially awake. I counted to 100, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. When I opened my eyes again, it was gone. This happened maybe 5 or 6 times throughout high school. Always the same, always at night, always just standing there, never moving, never threatening, just watching. After I left for college, the encounters stopped. I went 4 years without seeing it. I started to believe that maybe it was all in my head, some weird manifestation of childhood anxiety or stress. I majored in engineering, surrounded myself with logical, rational explanations for everything. I graduated, got a good job, and moved into my own apartment. Life was normal. Then, last month, we had a family gathering at my parents' house for my dad's retirement. My older brother Mark was there. He's also an engineer, works for a big aerospace company on the West Coast. We don't see each other often, maybe once or twice a year. After dinner, when everyone else had gone to bed, Mark and I stayed up having beers on the back porch. We got to talking about our childhood, reminiscing about the houses we lived in. After my 3rd beer, I don't know what made me do it, but I decided to ask him something I'd never asked anyone before. Hey, this is going to sound weird, but did you ever see anything strange in our house in Oak Ridge? The way Mark's expression changed, I'll never forget it. His face went completely pale, and he set his beer down slowly. What do you mean by strange? He asked, his voice suddenly very quiet. I don't know, I said, already regretting bringing it up. Like anything unusual, at night maybe. Mark stared at me for what felt like forever. Then he said, you saw it too, didn't you? The shadow, the one without a face. I felt like someone had dumped ice water down my back. I couldn't speak. I just nodded. Jesus Christ, he whispered, running his hands through his hair. All these years I thought I was the only one. I never told anyone, not even my therapist. For the next hour, Mark told me about his encounters. They started the same way mine did, on that staircase in Oak Ridge. He was about 11 at the time, going downstairs for a midnight snack. He saw the faceless figure standing by the front door. Unlike me, he didn't faint. He ran back upstairs and hid under his covers until morning. But what really shook me was when he told me about what happened after we moved. He saw it too, not just in the house, but outside. There was one incident he described that made my blood run cold. He was 17, coming home late from a date. As he turned into our cul-de-sac, his headlights illuminated a tall, black figure standing in the middle of the street. It didn't move as he approached. He stopped the car and honked, thinking it was some neighborhood kid playing a prank. The figure remained motionless. Mark said he put the car in reverse, backed up to our neighbor's driveway, and sped to our house. He woke up our dad, telling him someone was standing in the street. Dad grabbed his gun, as he had when I reported seeing something, and went outside. Again, there was nothing there. But here's the part that really gets me. This happened multiple times. Mark saw the figure in the cul-de-sac at least 3 times over the course of a year. Each time, Dad would go out to investigate, gun in hand. Each time he would find nothing. "Did Dad ever say anything to you about it?" I asked. Mark shook his head. "No, but I always got the feeling he saw something too. The last time it happened, when he came back inside, he was sweating even though it was freezing outside. He locked all the doors, checked all the windows. He sat up in the living room with his gun until morning. Never explained why. We spent hours comparing notes. The descriptions matched perfectly. The height, the darkness, the complete absence of facial features, the way it never moved, never made a sound, the feeling of being watched by something that had no eyes. "What do you think it is?" I finally asked. Mark shook his head. "I don't know. A ghost, some kind of entity. All I know is that it's real. It followed us from Oak Ridge. It's been watching our family for years." "Have you seen it recently?" I asked. He hesitated. 3 months ago, in my apartment in California, standing in my bedroom doorway. I'd just moved in. I felt sick. I haven't seen it since college. "Maybe it's done with you," Mark suggested. Or maybe he didn't finish the thought. He didn't need to. Maybe it was just waiting, watching. For what, I don't know. We made a pact that night to document everything, to compare notes if either of us saw it again. 2 rational, scientifically minded engineers sitting there making plans to track a faceless shadow entity that had stalked us since childhood. The absurdity wasn't lost on me. I flew home the next day. As I was unpacking, I found a photo of our old house in Oak Ridge that Mom had given me from her albums. I don't know what made me look closely at it, but when I did, my heart nearly stopped. There, in the upstairs window of what used to be my bedroom, was a dark shape. It could have been anything, a curtain, a shadow from a tree. But I knew better. It was watching us even then, when the photo was taken, watching and waiting. I still don't know what it wants or why it chose our family. I don't know if I'll see it again. Part of me hopes I never do, but another part knows that's unlikely. Whatever this thing is, it's patient. It's been watching us for decades, and I can't shake the feeling that someday it will do more than just watch. Story 4. I've been hesitating to post this for weeks now, but I need to tell someone who won't think I'm completely insane. I've always been skeptical about paranormal stuff, ghosts, spirits, all that. I'm a biology major at Westport College, for crying out loud. I deal with facts, evidence, things I can see and touch, or at least that's what I used to believe. This happened about 3 weeks ago. It was a Tuesday night, around 11:30. I remember because my roommate Ryan had just left for his night shift at the hospital, and my other roommate Alec was staying at his girlfriend's place. So I had the apartment to myself, which was nice because I had a huge microbiology exam coming up on Friday. I'd been studying for hours, and decided to take a bathroom break. Our apartment is pretty old, one of those converted Victorian houses near campus with creaky floors and drafty windows. The bathroom is at the end of the hallway with this ancient wooden door that never closes properly. As I was walking down the hall, I noticed the towel hanging on the outside of the bathroom door move slightly. Just a little flutter, like someone had brushed against it. I didn't think much of it. We've got weird air currents in this place, especially when the heating kicks on. I figured it was just that. I went into the bathroom and was doing my business when I started feeling, I don't know how to describe it exactly, like I wasn't alone. It wasn't a sound or anything I could point to, just this feeling of being watched that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Now, I should mention that I'd been reading about shadow people online a few nights before, not because I believe in that stuff, but because my cousin had told me about seeing something in her house, and I was curious. You know how you fall down those internet rabbit holes at 2 in the morning. So I'm standing there in this bathroom and I get this stupid idea. I decide I'm going to turn off the lights and see if there's anything there. Dumb, right? But that's what I did. I flipped the switch off. At first I couldn't see anything. It was pitch black except for a tiny bit of light coming from under the door. I stood there, letting my eyes adjust, feeling kind of silly. But then I saw it. A silhouette. Not like a vague shadow or something I could convince myself was just a towel or the shower curtain. It was a person-shaped figure standing in the middle of the bathroom between me and the door. My heart literally stopped for a second. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. It was just standing there, not moving. Just a solid black shape, darker than the darkness around it. I slammed my hand against the light switch so hard it hurt my fingers. The lights came back on, and there was nothing there. Just my normal bathroom, white tiles, shower curtain, sink, everything normal. I stood there breathing hard, telling myself I was being an idiot. It was just my eyes playing tricks on me. I'd been studying too long. Maybe I was more tired than I thought. But then I did something I still can't believe, something so stupid I want to punch myself when I think about it. I turned the lights off again. I don't know why. Maybe I needed to prove to myself that I was imagining things. Maybe it's that same impulse that makes you look under the bed, even though you're scared of what you might find. This time my eyes adjusted faster, and it was there again, the shadow figure. But it had moved. It was standing farther back, near the shower, and its arms were raised above its head in this unnatural position, like they were stretched up and out at weird angles that human arms shouldn't bend. I think I made a sound then, some kind of choked gasp. I hit the lights again, harder this time, and again there was nothing there when the room lit up. I backed out of that bathroom so fast I tripped over my own feet. I didn't even wash my hands. I just ran straight to the front door of our apartment. I didn't grab my coat or my phone or even put on shoes. I just needed to get out. It was early March in Westport, so it was freezing outside. We'd had snow just a few days before, and there were still patches of it on the ground. I was wearing just a t-shirt, sweatpants, and socks, but I didn't care. I ran down the 3 flights of stairs and out into the street. Our apartment building is across from Harborview Park, which is usually empty at night. I ran across the street and sat down on one of the benches, finally catching my breath. My feet were already getting numb from the cold, and I was shivering like crazy. That's when I realized I'd locked myself out. My keys were still inside, along with my phone and wallet. Ryan wouldn't be back until 7 in the morning, and Alec was spending the night at his girlfriend's place. I sat there on that bench, freezing my ass off, trying to figure out what to do. I could try to find a campus security officer, but then I'd have to explain why I was outside in my socks at midnight. I could go to the 24-hour diner a few blocks away, but I didn't have any money, and I was too embarrassed to knock on a neighbor's door and ask to use their phone. What would I even say? Sorry to bother you, but I saw a shadow monster in my bathroom. So I just sat there, hugging myself for warmth, trying to convince myself that what I'd seen wasn't real. that it was just my imagination, or a trick of the light, or maybe I was getting sick and hallucinating. Anything but admitting that there was something in my bathroom. After about 20 minutes, I realized I couldn't stay outside all night. I was already losing feeling in my toes, and my whole body was shaking. I decided to try the back door of our building, which sometimes doesn't latch properly. I made my way around the block, staying under the streetlights. Every shadow made me jump. Every noise made my heart race. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced I was being followed. When I got to the back of the building, I tried the door. Locked. Of course it was locked. I jiggled the handle, hoping for a miracle, but nothing happened. I checked all the first-floor windows, thinking maybe one was unlocked, but they were all secure. I even looked for a rock to break a window, but then I realized I'd have to explain to my landlord why I vandalized our building. So I went back to the park bench, feeling utterly hopeless. I decided my only option was to wait for Ryan to get home at 7. That meant sitting outside for over 7 hours in near freezing temperatures. I tried to keep moving to stay warm. I'd walk around the park for a few minutes, then sit down when my feet got too cold, then get up and do it again. All the while I kept staring at our apartment building, at the window of our bathroom, half expecting to see something looking back at me. Around 1:30, I noticed a light go on in Mrs. Kravitz's apartment across the hall from ours. She's this older lady who sometimes feeds our cat when we're all away. I thought about knocking on her door, but what would I say? That I locked myself out because I was running from a shadow? She'd think I was on drugs. So I just kept waiting, getting colder and more miserable by the minute. My socks were soaked through from the melting snow and dirty sidewalks. My fingers were so numb I could barely feel them, and every time I closed my eyes, I saw that shadow figure with its arms raised. At some point I must have fallen asleep on the bench, because the next thing I knew, I was being shaken awake by a campus security officer. "Hey, buddy, you can't sleep here," he said, shining his flashlight in my face. I blinked, disoriented. It was still dark out, but the sky was starting to lighten just a bit. My whole body was stiff with cold. "I'm locked out," I managed to say through chattering teeth. "I live right there." I pointed to our building. He looked skeptical. "Where are your shoes, your coat?" "I forgot them," I said lamely. He sighed like he'd heard every excuse in the book. "Let me see your student ID. It's inside too. I literally have nothing on me." He stared at me for a long moment, probably trying to decide if I was drunk or high. Finally he said, "What's your name?" "Jason Mitchell. I'm a junior, biology major." He radioed something in, probably checking if I was actually a student. After a minute he nodded. "All right, Jason, you look half frozen. Let's get you somewhere warm." He took me to the campus security office, where they let me sit by a heater and gave me a cup of terrible coffee. I told them I'd accidentally locked myself out while taking out the trash. They didn't look like they believed me, but they didn't press it. Around 6:30, the officer who found me offered to drive me back to my apartment to wait for my roommate. By then, I was so exhausted and cold that I wasn't even scared anymore. I just wanted to get inside and go to sleep. We waited in his car outside our building until I saw Ryan walking up the street in his scrubs, looking tired after his shift. I thanked the officer and got out, trying to act casual as I approached Ryan. "Dude, what happened to you?" Ryan asked, taking in my disheveled appearance and sock feet. "Locked myself out," I mumbled. "Can we just go inside? I'll explain later." He unlocked the door, and I followed him up the stairs, my heart pounding harder with each step. When we got to our apartment, I hesitated at the threshold, suddenly terrified of what might be waiting inside. "You coming?" Ryan asked, already heading to his room. I took a deep breath and stepped inside, quickly scanning the apartment. Everything looked normal. No shadows, no movement, nothing out of place. "I'm gonna grab a shower," Ryan called over his shoulder. "Then I'm crashing for like 12 hours. My stomach dropped. "Wait," I said, a little too loudly. "Can I Can I use the bathroom first, real quick? He gave me a weird look, but shrugged. Sure, whatever. I stood outside the bathroom door, my hand on the knob, unable to make myself open it. What if it was still in there? What if it was waiting for me? Ryan was watching me now, concern on his face. Dude, are you okay? I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. Then, before I could chicken out, I pushed the door open and flipped on the light. The bathroom was empty, just a normal bathroom. I checked behind the shower curtain, behind the door, even in the small cabinet under the sink. Nothing. I've been using our second bathroom ever since, the tiny half bath by the kitchen. I make up excuses when my roommates ask why. I tell them the shower in the main bathroom doesn't get hot enough, or that the lighting is better in the half bath for shaving. I haven't turned off the lights in either bathroom since that night. I keep a nightlight plugged in at all times. I know it sounds childish, but I can't help it. I still don't know what I saw. I've looked up shadow people, shadow figures, all sorts of paranormal explanations. I've also researched hallucinations, sleep deprivation, even carbon monoxide poisoning. Nothing quite fits. All I know is that something was in my bathroom that night, something that shouldn't have been there. And sometimes, when I'm walking down the hallway past the main bathroom, I swear I can see the towel on the door move, just a little, like someone inside has brushed against it. Story 5. I still can't wrap my head around what happened that night on the expressway. It's been 3 weeks, and I'm finally getting the courage to write this down. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can offer some explanation, because this has been keeping me up at night. So this happened on a Thursday night, or technically Friday morning around 2 a.m. Me, Abraham, we call him Abe, and our buddy Bart were driving back from a concert in the city. It was about a 2-hour drive back to our town, and we were all pretty tired, but still riding the high from the show. Abe was driving his old Honda Accord, nothing fancy, but reliable. I was in the passenger seat, and Bart was sprawled out in the back, half asleep. The expressway was practically empty at that hour. You'd see headlights in the distance occasionally, but we could go several minutes without passing another car. We were just chatting about the concert, talking about our favorite songs, that sort of thing. The radio was playing softly, some late-night talk show. It was that peaceful, drowsy state you get into on long night drives when everything feels a bit dreamlike. Then out of nowhere, Abe says, "Man, how can that driver even see the road with their interior light so bright?" I remember looking around, confused. There weren't any cars near us that I could see. The closest headlights were way behind us, maybe half a mile back. "What car?" I asked, thinking maybe there was something in the distance I'd missed. Abe nodded toward his window, to the left of us. "That one, right there." I leaned forward, looking past Abe to see what he was talking about. Nothing. Just the empty expressway and the dark tree line beyond the guardrail. "There's no car there, dude," I said, thinking he was messing with me. Abe gave me this weird look, like I was the one playing a joke. "Are you serious? It's right there. The interior is lit up like a Christmas tree." From the back seat, Bart mumbled, "What are you guys talking about?" He sat up a bit and looked out the windows. "I don't see any car with lights on." Abe's face changed then. I've known him since we were kids, and I could tell he was genuinely confused. He wasn't the type to pull elaborate pranks. "It's right next to us," he insisted, his voice tighter now. "How can you not see it? The whole inside is glowing white." I felt this cold sensation travel up my spine. There was nothing there, absolutely nothing. "Abe, there's no car," I said again, more firmly this time. "Pull over if you need to." He shook his head. "No, it's fine. Maybe it's just the reflection of something." But I could tell by his white-knuckle grip on the steering wheel that he was still seeing whatever it was. For the next few minutes, he kept glancing to his left, his eyes tracking something neither Bart nor I could see. After about 5 minutes, Abe visibly relaxed. "It's gone now," he said, exhaling deeply. That was weird. We didn't talk much about it the rest of the drive. Abe seemed on edge, and honestly, so was I. When we finally got back to town, he dropped us off, and we just said goodnight like nothing had happened. The next day, I texted Bart asking if he thought Abe was messing with us. He said no, that Abe seemed genuinely freaked out. We decided to meet up that evening at our usual spot, this local diner where we hang out most Fridays anyway. When Abe showed up, he seemed normal enough, joking around and ordering his usual burger. I wasn't sure whether to bring up what happened, but curiosity got the better of me. "So, about that car you saw last night," I started. Abe's smile faded a bit. "Oh, that... yeah, I don't know what that was." "You seriously saw a car?" Bart asked. "Because we saw absolutely nothing." Abe nodded slowly. "Yeah, I did. It was right next to us, keeping perfect pace. That's what was so strange." "What did it look like?" I asked. He thought for a moment. "That's the thing. I couldn't really tell what kind of car it was. The interior was so brightly lit, like someone had turned on all the dome lights and then some. It was this intense white light, but I couldn't see any details inside except for one silhouette." My food suddenly didn't taste so good. "A silhouette like a person?" "Yeah, just one, in the driver's seat, but it was just a black shape against the light. No features, no details." Bart leaned forward. "So what, it was just driving next to us? For how long?" "Maybe 5 minutes," Abe said. "And the really weird part was that it seemed to be moving in slow motion, but somehow keeping up with us perfectly. Like the wheels were turning slower than they should have been." I felt goosebumps rising on my arms. "Why didn't you say more about it at the time?" Abe shrugged. "I don't know. I think I was trying to convince myself it was just a weird reflection or something. But the more I think about it, the less sense it makes." We sat in silence for a moment, none of us quite knowing what to say. Then I remembered something. "Hey, where's that pendant thing you keep on your rearview mirror? The St. Christopher medal your grandma gave you?" Abe gave me a strange look. "How did you know?" "Know what?" "That something happened to it." He reached into his pocket and pulled out the small silver medal. It had a visible crack running right through the middle. "I found it like this yesterday morning when I got in my car. I've had it for years without a scratch." A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the diner's air conditioning. Abe had always kept that medal hanging from his mirror. His grandmother had given it to him when he got his license, telling him St. Christopher would protect him on the road. "When did it break?" I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. "I don't know exactly. It was fine when I left for the concert. I remember seeing it swing when I went over a speed bump, but when I got in the car yesterday morning, it was lying on the dashboard, cracked." The three of us looked at each other, the implication hanging in the air unspoken. Had that medal somehow protected us? Had it broken in the process? On the drive home that night, I couldn't stop thinking about what Abe had described. I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see a glowing car behind me. The expressway seemed different now, threatening somehow. I called Abe the next morning, asking if he wanted to hang out, but really just checking that he was okay. He sounded normal, if a little tired, and said he had some errands to run, but would text me later. Around noon, I got a weird text from him. "Do you ever feel like you're being followed?" I called him immediately. "What's going on?" "Probably nothing," he said, but his voice was tense. I thought I saw that light again last night, just for a second, in my periphery while I was driving home from the diner." "Did you get a better look at it?" "No, it was gone when I turned to look, but I felt it, like a presence." I didn't know what to say. Part of me wondered if Abe was working himself up over nothing, seeing things because he expected to see them. But the other part remembered the look on his face that night, and the broken medal. "Maybe you should stay off the roads for a few days," I suggested, "or at least don't drive at night." "Yeah, maybe," he agreed, but didn't sound convinced. For the next few days, things seemed to go back to normal. Abe didn't mention seeing anything else, and I started to think maybe it had been some weird one-time thing, a trick of the light or an exhaustion-induced hallucination. Then, 5 days after the initial incident, Abe called me at 1 in the morning. I was half asleep when I answered. "It's back," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I can see it from my bedroom window." I sat bolt upright. "What? The car?" "Yes, it's just sitting there in the street. The light is so bright." "I'm coming over," I said, already pulling on jeans. "No!" The fear in his voice stopped me cold. "Don't. I don't want you to. I don't know. Get involved with whatever this is." "Abe, you're scaring me. What exactly are you seeing?" He was quiet for a moment. "It's the same car, same bright interior, but I can see the silhouette better now. It's looking at my house, looking at me." "Call the police," I urged. "And tell them what? That there's a ghost car outside my house that only I can see?" He had a point, but I wasn't about to leave him alone with whatever this was. "I'm coming over. Stay on the phone with me." The drive to Abe's place normally takes about 15 minutes. I made it in 10, checking my mirrors the whole way, half afraid I'd see that bright light behind me, but the roads were empty. When I pulled up to Abe's house, there was nothing unusual on the street. No strange car, no light. Just the normal suburban quiet of a neighborhood at 1:30 in the morning. Abe opened the door before I could knock. He looked terrible, pale and unshaven, with dark circles under his eyes. "It's gone," he said, letting me in. "It disappeared right before you got here." His living room was dark except for a small lamp in the corner. He'd been sitting by the window, the curtains pulled back just enough to see the street. "Tell me exactly what you saw," I said, sitting down across from him. He rubbed his face. "The same car from the expressway. It was just parked out there, facing my house. The interior was glowing so bright, but I could see the driver better this time." I waited, not sure I wanted to hear the rest. "It wasn't normal," Abe continued. "The shape was human, but something was off about it. The proportions weren't right, and I swear, even though I couldn't see a face, I knew it was looking right at me. Did it do anything? Try to get out, or—" He shook his head. "No, it just sat there, watching, but I felt like it was waiting for me, like it wanted me to come outside." I stayed with Abe that night, sleeping on his couch. Nothing else happened, and in the morning the whole thing seemed almost dreamlike. Abe even managed to laugh about it, suggesting maybe he needed to cut back on late-night horror movies. But I noticed he'd taken the broken St. Christopher medal and put it on a chain around his neck. It's been 3 weeks now. Abe hasn't seen the car again, or at least he hasn't told me if he has. But sometimes I catch him looking over his shoulder or staring a little too long at empty spaces beside us when we're driving. I've been doing some research, reading about phantom vehicles and supernatural encounters on the road. There are more stories out there than you might think. Some people believe these ghost cars are looking for passengers, souls to take with them to whatever comes after. Others think they're warnings or echoes of tragic accidents. All I know is what I saw that night, or rather what I didn't see. Something was there with us on that expressway, something only Abe could see. And whatever it was, I believe his grandmother's medal protected him, broke itself keeping that thing at bay. Every time I get in a car now, especially at night, I find myself scanning the road for bright lights where they shouldn't be. And I wonder if it's still out there, that ghost car cruising the empty expressways in the dark hours, looking for new passengers. Story 6. I've always believed in ghosts, but nothing prepared me for what's been happening in our home. This isn't some made-up creepypasta. This is my actual life right now, and I'm honestly terrified to even be typing this out. But I need to tell someone who might believe me, because I'm starting to think I'm losing my mind. I live in a small house in rural Australia with my partner James and my grandmother Margaret. Our home sits behind what used to be a riverbed before they converted it to railway tracks back in the 1970s, hence why everyone around here calls it Railside House. It's always had a bit of a reputation locally, but we never took it seriously until we moved in 3 years ago. The first few months were normal enough. Then the little things started. Footsteps in the backyard at night, whispers that seemed to come from empty rooms, the sound of someone walking up our porch steps when nobody was there. We brushed it off. Old houses make noises, right? But then my grandmother started seeing my grandfather. He'd been dead for over 15 years, but she'd wake up in the middle of the night to find him standing at the foot of her bed, just watching her. She wasn't scared, said it was comforting to know he was still looking out for her. I figured it was just dreams, or maybe her medication. Then I started seeing the little girl. She'd appear in the hallway, always wearing this faded white dress that looked like something from the 1930s. She never spoke, never approached us, just stood there staring before vanishing when I blinked or looked away. James saw her too, which was when I realized we weren't just imagining things. The shadow man came next. He stays beneath the house, mostly under my grandmother's room. We'd hear him moving around at night, scraping against the floorboards. Sometimes when I'd go outside to hang laundry, I'd catch glimpses of him darting between the pillars that hold our house up. Just a man-shaped shadow, darker than the darkness around it. All of this was unsettling, but we'd learned to live with it. My grandmother refused to move. This was her home, and she wasn't about to be chased away by spirits. James and I couldn't afford to move out on our own yet, so we stayed too. We got used to the footsteps, the whispers, the occasional sightings. But then, about 6 months ago, everything changed. It started when I was at work. I'm a nurse at the local hospital, so I often work late shifts. James called me around midnight, sounding confused. "Why did you just call me?" he asked. "I didn't," I told him. "I'd been in the middle of dealing with a patient." "Someone just called me from inside the house," he insisted. "It was your voice, Hannah. You called my name from the kitchen, but when I went to check, no one was there." That was just the beginning. It happened again and again. James would hear my voice calling him from different rooms when I wasn't home. Sometimes it would ask him to come to the bedroom, or the bathroom, or the kitchen. He'd follow the voice, only to find empty rooms. Then it started happening to me too. I'd hear James calling me from the shower when he was actually out in the yard. I'd hear my grandmother asking for help from her bedroom when she was actually asleep. The voices were always perfect imitations, exactly how we sound. Not just our voices, but our speech patterns, the little phrases we use. Whatever this thing was, it was studying us, learning how to sound exactly like us. But yesterday was when I realized we're dealing with something far worse than just voices. I was home alone in the afternoon. James had gone to pick up some groceries, and my grandmother was at her weekly bridge game with friends. I was in the laundry room folding clothes when I heard the front door open. "James," I called out, "did you forget something?" No answer, but I could hear footsteps in the hallway. I stepped out of the laundry room and saw James walking from the hallway into the bathroom. I figured he just hadn't heard me. I went back to folding clothes, and a minute later I saw James walk from the bathroom into the kitchen. I followed him, about to ask if he needed help with the groceries. That's when my phone rang. It was James. "Hey, I'm running late," he said. "The queue at the shops is massive. I'll be home in about 20 minutes. My blood went cold. "You're not home right now?" "No, I just told you, I'm still at the shops. Why?" I backed out of the kitchen slowly, heart pounding. "No reason. Just hurry home, okay?" I hung up and stood frozen in the hallway. If James was at the shops, then who the hell had I just seen walk into our kitchen? I grabbed the largest knife from the block in the hallway table and slowly approached the kitchen doorway. Peering around the corner, I saw nothing. The kitchen was empty. Whatever I'd seen, whoever I'd seen, was gone. When James came home 20 minutes later, I was sitting on the porch, still clutching the knife. I told him what happened, and he checked the entire house. All doors and windows were locked from the inside. No one could have entered or left without us knowing. That night things got even worse. I woke up around 3 in the morning. James wasn't in bed beside me, which wasn't unusual. He sometimes gets up for water or to use the bathroom. I was about to roll over and go back to sleep when I saw a figure in the doorway. It was James, just standing there, staring at me. His face was expressionless, blank in a way I'd never seen before. Normally, when he comes back to bed, he whispers something like, "Sorry, did I wake you?" or gives me a little smile. But this time, he just stood there, completely silent, watching me. "James?" I whispered. "What's wrong?" He didn't respond, just kept staring. Then slowly he turned and walked away down the hall. A moment later, I heard the toilet flush in our ensuite bathroom. Then the bathroom door opened, and James, the real James, stepped out yawning. "Sorry, did I wake you?" he mumbled as he climbed back into bed. I couldn't speak. I couldn't breathe. I just lay there, rigid with fear, as he settled back under the covers beside me. "James," I finally managed to whisper, "were you just standing in the bedroom doorway staring at me?" He propped himself up on one elbow. "What?" "No, I just went to the bathroom. Why?" I told him what I'd seen. He got up immediately and checked the whole house again. Nothing. No doors or windows open. No sign of an intruder. Just us and my sleeping grandmother. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I couldn't. Not after seeing whatever that was. This morning, while James was in the shower, I noticed something on our refrigerator. 5 long scratches across the stainless steel surface, like something with massive claws had dragged its hand across it. When I looked closer, I realized with horror that the scratches were fresh. The metal was still curling up at the edges. Then I noticed similar scratches on my arm. 3 long red marks that I swear weren't there when I went to bed. They don't hurt, but they're definitely there. I haven't shown them to James yet. I don't know how to explain them. My grandmother thinks she knows what's happening. She has this old piece of stone that's supposedly from the original Sydney prison, built by convicts in the early 1800s. It's been in our family for generations, passed down as a kind of morbid heirloom. According to her, that prison was known for more than just holding criminals. It had a reputation for strange occurrences, inmates who claimed to see doubles of themselves or other prisoners in places they couldn't possibly be. She thinks whatever was in that prison has somehow attached itself to that stone and followed it here. She says what we're dealing with isn't just a ghost, it's something older, something that can take forms and mimic voices, something that's been studying us, learning how to be us, and it's getting bolder. Last night, after the incident with James's doppelganger, my grandmother said she woke up to find someone sitting on the edge of her bed. She thought it was me. Checking on her, she said it looked exactly like me, down to the pajamas I was wearing. But when she asked what was wrong, the thing just smiled at her. Not a normal smile, she said. Too wide, too many teeth. Then it walked out. I was asleep the whole time. Whatever this thing is, it's not just mimicking our voices anymore. It's becoming us, creating perfect copies that can move around our house, interact with objects, pretend to be us. I'm writing this from my bedroom right now. James is at work, and my grandmother is napping in her room. At least I think that's my grandmother in there. I heard her voice call out to me a few minutes ago, asking for a glass of water. But when I took it to her, she was sound asleep. The voice had come from somewhere else in the house. I don't know what to do. We can't afford to move, and my grandmother refuses to leave anyway. We've tried sage, prayers, salt lines, all the things you're supposed to do for hauntings. Nothing works. Last night I woke up to find James sitting up in bed beside me, staring at the doorway. When I asked what was wrong, he pointed silently. Standing in our doorway was James, another James, identical in every way. They stared at each other for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds. Then the one in the doorway smiled, that same too wide smile my grandmother described, and backed away into the darkness of the hall. I don't know which one was real. I don't know if the James sleeping beside me right now is actually James. I don't know if the grandmother in the next room is actually my grandmother. I don't even know if I'm still me. Story 7. I never believed in ghosts until I moved into our house. It's an old farmhouse from the mid-1800s, and at first I thought it was just cool to live somewhere with so much history. My parents were super excited about the character and charm of the place when we bought it 2 years ago. I was 14 then, and I didn't think much about who might have lived here before us or what might have happened in these rooms. The weird stuff started happening about 6 months ago. I'm 16 now, and I still don't know how to explain what I've experienced. I haven't told many people because who would believe me? Even my dad thinks I'm making it up. It began with something that seemed like a coincidence. I kept seeing my ex-best friend Megan's face everywhere. We had this huge falling out last year, and suddenly her face was appearing on strangers in the grocery store, at school, even just walking down the street. I'd see her clearly, but when I'd look again, the person's face would be completely different. At first, I thought it was just my mind playing tricks because I missed her or felt guilty about our fight. Then, I started noticing shadows. Not normal shadows cast by objects or people, but distinct human-shaped figures that would dart across my peripheral vision. They moved too quickly to focus on, but they were there. I'd turn my head, and they'd be gone. It happened most often in the hallway upstairs near my bedroom. After a few weeks of this, I became aware of one particular shadow that seemed different from the others. I don't know why, but I started calling him Charles in my head. He appeared taller than the other shadows, and I sensed he was male. The most terrifying thing about Charles was his eyes. They glowed red in the darkness. Not bright red like in horror movies, but a dull, deep crimson that you could only see if you caught him at the right angle. I became convinced that Charles was waiting outside my bedroom at night. I'd wake up at 3 in the morning with this overwhelming sensation that someone was watching me. My door doesn't shut properly. It's an old house with warped door frames, and there's always a small crack. I swear I could see him peeking through that crack, those red eyes fixed on me while I pretended to sleep. One night, I couldn't take it anymore and decided to research the history of our house. I found out that a man named Charles Williams had owned this property from 1862 until his death in 1878. The article didn't say how he died, just that he was found deceased on the property. Finding out that Charles was a real person who had lived in my house made my skin crawl. I hadn't known his name before I started calling the shadow Charles. How could that be a coincidence? Yesterday was when everything escalated. My parents were both out, Mom at a church meeting and Dad working late. I was alone in the house, trying to focus on homework, but I kept getting distracted by strange noises, creaks and thumps that didn't sound like normal house settling. I told myself it was nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Around 6 in the evening, I went downstairs to get something to eat. Our staircase is this old wooden thing with a railing that has gaps between the balusters. As I reached the bottom step, I glanced up and froze. There was a face peeking at me from between the balusters on the landing above. It wasn't Charles. This was something different. The face had long, wet-looking hair plastered to its skull. The features were dark grey, almost as if they were melting, with hollowed-out eyes and a mouth that seemed too wide. It was watching me with this intense stillness that made my blood run cold. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I just stood there, staring back at it. After what felt like forever but was probably only seconds, I managed to blink, and when I opened my eyes again, it was gone. I ran back upstairs to check, but there was nothing there. No puddles from wet hair, no sign anyone had been there at all. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely text my mum to ask when she'd be home. She didn't respond right away, so I went back to my room and locked the door, even though the lock doesn't really work properly either. I tried to distract myself by watching videos on my phone, but my battery died almost immediately, even though it had been at 70%. Here's where it gets really weird. About 20 minutes after my phone died, it rang. I nearly jumped out of my skin. How can a dead phone ring? The screen lit up showing my dad's name. I answered it, thinking maybe the battery percentage had been wrong. "Dad," I said, my voice shaking. There was just silence on the other end, then a faint sound like breathing. Then the call ended. I tried calling him back, but my phone was actually dead this time and wouldn't turn on again. I decided I needed to get out of the house. I grabbed my keys and headed downstairs, trying not to look at the staircase where I'd seen the face. As I passed through certain areas of the house, particularly near the old fireplace in the living room and in the hallway near the back door, my left ear started ringing intensely. Not both ears, just my left one. It was like a high-pitched whine that got louder the closer I got to those spots. When I finally reached the back door, I realized my hands were ice cold, even though it wasn't particularly chilly in the house. I rushed outside and headed for the gate that leads to our driveway, but it was locked. From the inside, with a padlock that I didn't have the key for. We never lock that gate from the inside. It doesn't even make sense to do that. I was effectively trapped in our backyard. I considered climbing the fence, but it's pretty high, and I'm not athletic. So I just sat on the back steps, as far from the house as I could get, and waited. The whole time, I had this feeling of being watched from the windows, but whenever I looked up, there was nothing there. My dad finally arrived home around 8. He couldn't get in through the gate either and had to climb over the fence. He was furious, thinking I had locked him out as some kind of prank. I tried to explain what had happened. The face on the stairs, the phone call, the mysteriously locked gate, but he didn't believe me. He just thought I was making up stories to cover for locking the gate. "Why would I lock myself in the backyard?" I asked him. But he just shook his head and muttered something about teenage drama. My mum came home about an hour later. She's deeply religious, goes to church 3 times a week, and believes strongly in spiritual forces. When I told her what happened, she didn't dismiss me like Dad did. Instead, she got this worried look on her face and made the sign of the cross. "I'm going to call Miss Ilana," she said. "Miss Ilana is one of the special ladies from my mum's church. They're not officially anything, but everyone knows they have knowledge about supernatural things. They're the ones people go to when regular prayers don't seem to be working. Miss Ilana came over this morning. She's this tiny old lady with hands that feel like paper. She walked through our house, touching the walls and muttering to herself. When she got to my room, she stopped for a long time at the doorway, her eyes closed. 'There's history here,' she finally said. 'Old pain, old anger.' She gave me a small cloth pouch filled with something that smelled like herbs and told me to sleep with it under my pillow. She said it would protect me. I'm not sure I believe in that kind of thing, but I'm desperate enough to try it. The thing is, I don't know what to believe anymore. Is our house really haunted by Charles Williams, and who knows what else? Or am I just imagining things? The face on the stairs looked so real. The phone call happened. I didn't imagine that. And how did the gate get locked from the inside? My mum thinks we need to have the house blessed, but my dad refuses. He says it would be a waste of money and that I'm just seeking attention. They argued about it all day today. I'm writing this all down now because I need to make sense of it. Night is coming, and I'm terrified of what might happen when darkness falls. I've pushed my dresser against my bedroom door, even though my dad will be mad about the scratches on the floor. I have Miss Ilana's pouch under my pillow. My phone is fully charged, and I have 911 ready to dial. Though what would I tell them? That a ghost with red eyes is watching me. The sun is setting now. The shadows in my room are getting longer. I swear I can hear breathing on the other side of my door. A slow, deliberate breath in and out, in and out. There's scratching now. Gentle at first, but getting more insistent, like fingernails on wood. I'm trying to tell myself it's just the tree branches outside my window, but we don't have trees that close to the house. I don't know what's going to happen tonight. I don't know if Charles is real or if I'm losing my mind. All I know is that something is in this house with me. Something that knows I can sense it, and it's getting bolder. Wait. The scratching stopped, but now there's something else, a whisper. I can't make out the words, but it's definitely a voice, and it's coming from inside my closet. Story 8. I still get chills thinking about what happened to me and my cousin Kimmy back in '87 on the reservation. We've never really talked about it with many people because, honestly, who would believe us? But it happened, and what makes it worse is that I went back there years later and saw something that made me think our experience wasn't just some weird hallucination. I was 19 at the time, and Kimmy was 17. We were pretty close growing up on the res. Her mom and mine are sisters, and we spent most summers together as kids. That particular day was nothing special. It was late August, hot as hell, and we were driving my beat-up Ford Escort to collect water from Eagle Spring, about 15 miles from the main part of the reservation. The spring water there is pure and sweet. My grandmother always said it had healing properties, and we'd been making these trips since we were kids, usually with the adults. But by then, we were old enough to go on our own. My car wasn't anything fancy, just a faded blue Escort with about 120,000 miles on it. The back seat was cluttered with my stuff, 2 sweaters I kept there for when it got cold at night, some cassette tapes, and random junk. Kimmy had been drinking a Mountain Dew on the way there and tossed the empty can in the backseat footwell. We'd made it about halfway to the spring when my car started making this weird rattling noise. I remember Kimmy asking, "What's that?" and me saying it was probably nothing serious. But then the engine just died. Complete silence. We were on this narrow stretch of road that cuts through the pine forest, barely wide enough for 2 cars. No houses around, just trees on both sides. And of course, this was the '80s, no cell phones or anything. We tried starting the car for maybe 15 minutes. Nothing, not even a click. So we decided to start walking back toward the reservation. It was around 4 in the afternoon, still plenty of daylight left. But I remember feeling annoyed more than anything. It was so hot, and we had at least 7 miles to walk before reaching any houses. About 20 minutes into our walk, Kimmy grabbed my arm and pointed ahead. "Look, there's a car," she said. I remember feeling relieved. Maybe we could get a ride back. As we got closer, though, something felt weird. The car was parked on the shoulder, and it was blue, the same faded blue as mine. "That's weird," I said to Kimmy. "Same model as mine." We kept walking toward it, and that's when the goosebumps started. It wasn't just the same model, it was my car, my exact car. I remember stopping dead in my tracks and looking at Kimmy, who had gone pale. "Nina," she whispered, "that's your car." I told her that was impossible. We'd left my car miles back, but as we approached, there was no doubt. It had my bumper sticker from the local radio station, the small dent on the passenger door from when I'd backed into a pole at the gas station last year. And when we looked inside, my 2 sweaters were thrown over the back seat. Kimmy's empty Mountain Dew can was in the footwell. My heart was racing. I tried the door. It was unlocked. The keys weren't in the ignition. We checked the engine, and it was cold, like it hadn't been running recently. I tried starting it anyway, but nothing happened, just like before. We stood there in silence for a minute, trying to make sense of it. I remember Kimmy saying, "Maybe someone played a prank on us, drove your car here somehow." But we both knew that was impossible. No one had passed us on the road, and who would do that anyway? We decided to keep walking. What else could we do? But I felt this heavy dread in my stomach, like something was very, very wrong. About half an hour later, after walking in mostly stunned silence, we rounded a bend in the road, and there it was again. My car, parked in exactly the same way on the shoulder. I felt my legs go weak. Kimmy started crying, which scared me even more because she never cried. We approached it slowly, like it might disappear if we moved too fast, but it didn't. It was still my car, with all the same details. "This isn't possible," I kept saying. "This isn't happening." Kimmy suddenly grabbed a stick from the side of the road. It was maybe 2 feet long, with a fork at one end. She placed it on the hood of the car, right in the middle. So we'll know, she said, her voice shaking. We kept walking faster now. I was terrified but also desperate to get away from whatever was happening. The sun was starting to get lower, casting long shadows through the trees. Neither of us talked much. What was there to say? Nothing made sense. After what felt like another half hour, the road curved again, and my stomach dropped. There was my car, again, in the exact same position. I thought I might throw up. Kimmy ran ahead of me, straight to the hood. "The stick is gone," she said, her voice hollow. We checked inside the car again. Everything was exactly the same as before. My sweaters, her soda can. It was like we were trapped in some kind of loop, walking the same stretch of road over and over. I remember sitting down on the ground, my head in my hands. "We're never getting out of here," I said. The thought of being trapped forever, walking this same stretch of road until we collapsed from exhaustion, made me start hyperventilating. Kimmy pulled me up. "We have to keep going," she said. "We have to try something different." So we did. Instead of staying on the road, we decided to cut through the forest, parallel to the road but not on it. It was harder going, lots of underbrush and fallen trees, but we kept the road in sight. My heart was pounding the whole time, terrified we'd emerge from the trees and see my car waiting for us again. After struggling through the woods for what felt like forever, we came back to the road. I held my breath, scanning ahead for my car. Nothing, just empty road stretching ahead. We walked faster, afraid to hope. The sun was getting really low now, and I was worried about being stuck out here after dark. But we kept going, and no car appeared. Finally, after another hour or so, we saw lights in the distance, the reservation. When we finally reached the first house, we were exhausted, dehydrated, and completely freaked out. We told my uncle what had happened, and he drove us back to where we'd left the car. Part of me was afraid it wouldn't be there, or worse, that we'd find multiple versions of my car lined up along the road. But there it was, just one car, exactly where we'd left it. My uncle checked it out and found that the distributor cap had come loose. He fixed it in about 5 minutes, and the car started right up. On the drive home, Kimmy and I barely spoke. What was there to say? What we'd experienced couldn't be explained by a loose distributor cap. Later that night, when we were alone, we tried to make sense of it. Time loop, hallucination from the heat, but we'd both experienced the exact same thing, and it felt so real. We agreed not to tell anyone else. Who would believe us, even on the res, where people are more open to the unexplained? This seemed too bizarre, so we just didn't talk about it. For years. Fast forward to 1992. I was 24 by then, had moved to the city for a while, but was back visiting family. One night, me and 2 friends were driving back to the res after seeing a movie in town. It was late, maybe 11 at night, and we were taking that same road, the one where it had happened with Kimmy. I hadn't been on that stretch of road much since the incident. Just thinking about it made my skin crawl. But it was the quickest way back, and I was with friends, so I tried not to think about it. We were about halfway along that stretch when my friend Sarah, who was driving, slowed down. "What's that?" she asked, pointing into the woods on our right. Through the trees, maybe 100 yards in, there were lights. White lights, bright enough to be visible through the dense forest, but not moving like headlights or flashlights would. They seemed to be hovering in place. "Probably just some people camping," my other friend Dave said, but he sounded uncertain. Sarah slowed the car even more, almost to a stop. I felt my chest tightening. Something about those lights wasn't right. "Turn off the radio," I said. Sarah reached over and clicked it off. In the silence, we heard it, a low humming sound, not like a generator or an engine. It was different, almost like that ringing sound you get in your ears sometimes, but external, coming from the direction of the lights, and it seemed to pulse slightly, getting louder then softer. "What the hell is that?" Dave whispered. Before anyone could answer, the lights suddenly moved. Not sideways or forward, but straight up, fast, breaking through the tree canopy, and that's when we saw it. It was, I don't even know how to describe it properly, disc-shaped, but with a dome on top, and the lights we'd seen were just part of it. They were arranged in a circle around the bottom edge. As it rose above the trees, other lights became visible, red, blue, and green, rotating slowly around the craft. We sat there, frozen, watching as this thing hovered maybe 100 feet above the tree line. The humming sound got louder, more intense. I could feel it in my chest, like bass from a powerful speaker. For maybe 5 seconds it just stayed there, rotating slowly. Then, without warning, it shot off toward the horizon. Not gradually building speed like a plane or helicopter, it went from hovering to gone in an instant. The lights changed as it moved, pulsing in a different pattern, and then it was just gone. We sat there in silence for what felt like minutes. Finally, Sarah put the car in drive, and we continued down the road much faster than before. None of us spoke until we were back on the reservation. That night, I couldn't sleep. All I could think about was that road. First, the impossible experience with my car repeating itself, and now this. It was like that stretch of road existed in some kind of, I don't know, a place where normal rules don't apply, a tear in reality or something. I've tried researching similar phenomena over the years. Time slips, dimensional shifts, all that stuff. Nothing quite matches what Kimmy and I experienced that day. As for what we saw in the woods years later, well, I guess most people would call it a UFO. But I can't help wondering if it's all connected somehow. I've never gone back to that road alone. I avoid it whenever possible. Kimmy moved away from the reservation years ago, and we've only talked about that day a handful of times. The last time I brought it up, she just said, "Some things aren't meant to be understood, Nina." Maybe she's right, but I still wonder about that road and what might happen if someone else breaks down there all alone with no one else around for miles. Story 9. I've been hesitant to share this for a long time. Even now, my hands are shaking as I type this out. What happened to me wasn't some ghost story or paranormal encounter that lasted a few minutes. It went on for months, night after night, and it completely changed how I understand everything. It started about 3 years ago. I was going through what some might call a spiritual awakening. Though that term feels way too new agey for what I experienced. I'd been meditating more, reading about different philosophies, trying to make sense of some personal losses. Nothing extreme. I wasn't joining cults or anything, just searching, you know. Then the dreams began. The first night it happened, I remember waking up suddenly and checking my phone, 2:34 in the morning. I felt wide awake, but somehow not in control of my body, like sleep paralysis, but different. I wasn't scared at first, just confused. Then I felt this weird pulling sensation, like I was being gently tugged upward out of my bed. The next thing I knew, I was standing in this vast, colorless space. Not black or white, but somehow absent of color in a way that's hard to explain. The air felt thick, almost like moving through water, but I could breathe normally. The silence was absolute. No ambient sounds, no echoes, nothing. I wasn't alone. Ahead of me stretched a long, winding line of people, hundreds, maybe thousands of them. They looked normal enough at first glance, but something was off. Their faces had this resigned, empty quality. Some looked confused, others terrified, but most just looked done, like they were too exhausted to even feel fear anymore. They were all moving toward this massive structure in the distance. As I got closer, I seemed to move without actually walking. I could see it was a kind of tribunal or court. High above everything sat this imposing figure on what looked like a throne, carved from some dark material. He wore elaborate robes with symbols I didn't recognize, and had a face that seemed to shift between stern and compassionate in a way that human faces just don't. I knew somehow that this was Yan Wang, the king of the Chinese underworld. I'd never studied Chinese mythology or religion before, but in that moment I knew his name and his purpose with absolute certainty. The souls, because that's what they were, I realized, would approach one by one. There was no speaking that I could hear, but some kind of communication was happening. Yan Wang would look at each person, sometimes for only seconds, other times for what felt like hours. Then he would make a small gesture. That's when I noticed the two figures standing on either side of the path leading away from the throne. One had the head of an ox, the other a horse, both on human-like bodies. When Yan Wang made his gesture, one of these guards would step forward and direct the soul either to the left or right. The left path. God, the left path. The souls sent that way would often begin wailing silently, their faces contorted in horror and grief. Some would try to run, but they never got far. The ox-headed guard would escort them firmly, and they'd disappear into a dark passage. The right path was different. Those souls often looked relieved, sometimes even smiling faintly. The horse-headed guard would lead them toward what looked like some kind of medical facility. I could see robed figures moving among beds or tables, tending to souls. It took me several nights to understand they were healing those who had died from injury or illness, preparing them for something else. I couldn't move closer or interact with anyone. I was just an observer, standing at a distance, watching this procession of judgment night after night. But the judges weren't just Yan Wang and his guards. Around the edges of this vast space were figures, at least 100 of them. They wore different robes, had different attributes. Some were writing continuously in massive books. Others seemed to be calculating something with complex instruments. A few appeared to be watching the living world through portals or windows. I couldn't quite see clearly. I later came to understand these were the minor deities who record human actions and determine cycles of fortune and misfortune. They weren't judging the dead, they were tracking the living us. That first night, I watched for what felt like hours, until suddenly I was back in my bed, gasping for breath. My alarm was going off, 5 in the morning. I'd somehow lost over 2 hours, yet it felt like I'd been in that place much longer. I was exhausted that day, dragged myself through work on autopilot, thinking maybe it was just some weird, vivid dream brought on by stress or something I ate. But it happened again the next night, and the next, always starting between 2:30 and 3 in the morning, always ending right before 5 when my alarm went off. After a week, I started dreading going to sleep. I tried everything, sleeping pills, alcohol, staying up all night. Nothing worked. If I was asleep at 2:30, I'd be pulled into that world. If I managed to stay awake past 3, I'd eventually crash and wake up normally, but the next night it would happen without fail. The worst part was the physical toll. I was only getting about 2 hours of actual rest each night. My co-workers started asking if I was sick. Friends thought I might be depressed. I lost weight, had constant headaches, and my skin looked awful. How do you explain to your doctor that you're spending your nights observing the Chinese underworld? But as exhausting as it was, I started noticing changes in my understanding. I began to see patterns in how souls were judged. It wasn't simple good-bad sorting. There were nuances, considerations of intent and circumstance. Some clearly bad people were sent right for healing. Some seemingly good ones went left to whatever punishment awaited. I started to recognize certain figures among the 100 gods. One elderly-looking deity with a long white beard seemed to track family relationships and ancestral karma. Another younger-looking one recorded promises and oaths, marking when they were kept or broken. By the 3rd month, I began to have insights during my waking hours. I'd look at strangers and somehow know things about their lives, not specific details, but patterns, whether they were in a fortunate or unfortunate cycle, whether they had unresolved family issues, whether they were living aligned with their purpose or not. Around the 6th month, the experiences began to change. I was still visiting the underworld, but now I was shown different aspects of it. Sometimes I'd watch as the minor deities discussed particular cases, debating how certain actions should be weighed. Other times I'd witness souls being prepared for rebirth, their memories being gently washed away before they were sent back. One night, about 8 months in, something unprecedented happened. One of the minor deities, a female figure with a book of what looked like star charts, turned and looked directly at me. She seemed surprised that I could see her, and for a brief moment we made eye contact. She quickly looked away and whispered something to another deity beside her. After that night, my experiences became more educational. It felt like I was being deliberately shown certain things. The judgment process became less prominent, and instead I was witnessing how the 100 gods worked with celestial patterns to influence human lives. I began to understand Chinese astrology systems without ever studying them. Concepts like Ziwei Do Shu and Bazi reading suddenly made perfect sense to me, despite not knowing a word of Chinese. I could look at birth dates and intuitively understand the elemental balances and cosmic influences on a person. The most unsettling part was that I started recognizing people I knew among the souls being judged. Not many, just a few. A former teacher, a distant relative I hadn't thought about in years. An old neighbor I later confirmed through social media or mutual connections that they had indeed passed away, often on the very night I saw them. After almost a year of this, the experiences began to taper off. They became less frequent, shorter when they did happen. The last time was exactly 1 year and 3 days after the first incident. That night, the female deity who had noticed me months before approached me directly. She didn't speak, at least not with words, but I understood her message clearly. I had been permitted to witness these proceedings for a purpose. Not to share specific details of what I'd seen, but to carry the understanding forward. The knowledge of how our actions create patterns, how intention matters, how everything we do ripples through not just our lives, but the cosmic order itself. Then she handed me what looked like a small jade token with symbols carved into it. When I took it, I felt this incredible surge of energy run through my body, and I woke up gasping in my bed. The token wasn't physically with me, of course, but I could still feel its imprint somehow. And from that day forward, I could see patterns in people's lives, in world events, in everything. Not predicting the future exactly, but understanding the flows of fortune and consequence in a way that's hard to explain. I've never told anyone the full story until now. I still don't know why I was chosen for this experience. I'm not Chinese, have no connection to the culture, and wasn't particularly interested in Eastern philosophy before this happened. I'm still trying to make sense of it all. The strange thing is, I no longer fear death. Not because I know what comes after. I was only shown one system, one possibility among many. But because I glimpsed the order behind what seems like chaos, there's a structure to it all, a justice that's complex and nuanced and beyond human understanding. Sometimes, especially when I'm very tired or during certain phases of the moon, I still get flashes of that colorless realm, brief glimpses of Yan Wang on his throne, or the 100 gods at their work. A reminder that they're still there, still watching, still recording every choice we make. I don't know why I'm sharing this now. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and feels as isolated as I did. Maybe this is part of why I was shown these things. All I know is that what I witnessed was real, at least to me, and it changed everything about how I understand life, death, and the choices we make in between. Story 10. I've never really believed in the paranormal. I mean, I've watched those ghost hunting shows and thought they were entertaining, but I always figured there was some logical explanation for the evidence they found. That all changed when I moved into my apartment in Los Angeles about 7 years ago. It was a decent place, nothing fancy, just a 2-bedroom in a building from the 1920s near Echo Park. The rent was surprisingly affordable for LA, which should have been my first clue. Something was off. The layout was a bit weird. The kitchen was essentially a long hallway with cabinets and appliances running down both sides. You had to walk through it to get from the living room to the bedrooms. The first couple of weeks were totally normal. I was busy with work and settling in, so I didn't notice anything unusual right away. It started with the cabinets. I'm extremely organized, almost to the point of being obsessive, and I always make sure to close all the cabinet doors before leaving for work. But I began noticing that when I'd come home, several of them would be open. Not just one or two, but 6 or 7, all open to exactly the same angle, like 45 degrees. And it wasn't just the lower cabinets that someone could bump into accidentally. The upper ones were open too, including the ones that were like 7 feet off the ground that I needed a step stool to reach. At first, I thought maybe the building was settling or there was some kind of air pressure issue. Old buildings can be weird like that, but the consistency was what got to me. Always the same cabinets, always open to the exact same angle. I started taking pictures with my phone before leaving and checking them when I got back. Yep, they were definitely closed when I left and open when I returned. I asked my landlord about it. He just shrugged and said, "Yeah, the lady before you mentioned something similar. Probably just the building settling." But buildings don't settle in such a specific pattern every single day. This went on for months, and honestly, I kind of got used to it. It became this weird routine. Come home, close all the cabinets, go to bed, wake up, everything's fine, go to work, come home, cabinets are open again. I even started saying hello to whatever was opening them. I figured if it was a ghost, at least it was a predictable one. Then last Tuesday happened. I'd had a pretty normal day at work. Left around 5, fought through the usual LA traffic, and got home around 6:30. As I put my key in the lock, I had this overwhelming feeling of dread. You know that feeling you get when you just know something's wrong? Like the air feels different or something? That's what hit me as I was unlocking my door. I stood there for a good 30 seconds, key in the lock, wondering if I should just turn around and go somewhere else for a while. But that felt ridiculous, being afraid to enter my own apartment because of some open cabinets. So I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The living room looked normal. Everything was where I'd left it that morning. But I noticed right away that the air felt different, colder, and there was this faint smell I couldn't place, kind of like old books and lavender. I dropped my bag on the couch and walked toward the kitchen. Sure enough, the cabinets were all open at that exact same angle. But this time, something else caught my eye. There was condensation on the kitchen window, like someone had been boiling water. I hadn't cooked anything that morning, and I definitely hadn't left any burners on. As I stepped further into the kitchen hallway, I froze. Standing at the far end, right at the entrance to the hallway that led to the bedrooms, was a little girl. She was small, maybe 4'9", and looked to be around 10 years old. She had her hair in pigtails and was wearing this cream-colored dress that looked like something from the early 1900s. High collar, long sleeves, down to her ankles. But the most terrifying thing was that she was translucent. I could see the wall behind her through her body. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. I just stood there, keys still in my hand, staring at this ghost child in my kitchen. She didn't look scary or menacing. She wasn't doing that creepy thing that ghost kids do in movies, where they just stare at you with dead eyes. She looked normal, like a regular kid, except, see-through. And then she smiled at me. Not an evil smile, just a regular kid smile, like she was happy to see me. She turned and walked, not floated, actually walked, toward the living room. I heard the distinct sound of footsteps, though they were softer than they should have been. I finally found my voice. "Hello," I called out, my voice cracking. Then I heard it, a giggle, a child's laugh, coming from the living room where she'd just gone. But when I rushed in there, the room was empty. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing things, footsteps in the hallway, cabinets opening and closing, and occasionally that same soft giggle. Around 3 in the morning, I heard what sounded like someone talking, a child's voice, but I couldn't make out the words. It sounded like she was having a conversation with someone, but I was the only one in the apartment. The next morning, I found my coffee mug on the living room table instead of in the cabinet where I always keep it. Next to it was a spoon, neatly placed, like someone had set it out for me. This became the new normal. The cabinet thing continued, but now there were other signs of my ghostly roommate. Sometimes I'd find my books rearranged on the shelf. Once, I came home to find my laptop open to a children's game website, though I'd shut it down before leaving. Another time, I found a crude drawing in the condensation on my bathroom mirror, just a simple, smiley face. The girl herself appeared sporadically. Sometimes I'd catch a glimpse of her walking from one room to another. Other times, she'd be more present, standing in the kitchen or sitting on the couch. She never tried to interact with me directly, though she seemed aware of my presence. She'd smile sometimes or wave, but then go back to whatever she was doing. I started researching the history of my building. It was built in 1922, originally as a single-family home before being converted to apartments in the 1960s. I couldn't find any specific records of a child dying there, but there was a newspaper article from 1928 about a family that lived in the house, the Millers. They had a daughter named Eleanor, who was described as sickly. There was no mention of her death, but there were no further references to her in later articles about the family either. The strangest part was that I wasn't scared anymore. The little girl, Eleanor, if that was indeed who she was, didn't seem malicious. She was just there, like a child who had found a place she liked and decided to stay. The fact that she'd been dead for nearly a century seemed almost irrelevant to her. But last Tuesday was different. That day, things escalated. I came home from work earlier than usual, around 4 o'clock. As soon as I opened the door, I knew something was different. The TV was on, playing some old black and white cartoon I didn't recognize. The cabinets in the kitchen weren't just open. They were all fully open, like someone had flung them wide. Items from the cabinets, dishes, glasses, food containers, were arranged in a circle on the kitchen floor. And Eleanor was there, sitting cross-legged in the middle of the circle, more solid-looking than I'd ever seen her before. She was playing with my measuring cups, stacking them inside each other, then taking them apart again. When she saw me, she didn't disappear like she usually did. Instead, she smiled widely and said clear as day, "You're home early." Her voice was high-pitched, but not in a creepy way, just like a normal kid's voice. It had this slight echo to it, though, like she was speaking from the bottom of a well. I stood frozen in the doorway. This was the first time she'd spoken directly to me. I wasn't sure if I should answer, run, or call a priest. Yes, I am, I finally managed to say. She nodded, then went back to playing with the measuring cups. "I like your kitchen," she said without looking up. "It's bigger than the one we had." "We?" I asked before I could stop myself. "My family," she said simply. "Before." I took a tentative step into the kitchen. "Before what?" She looked up at me, her expression suddenly sad. "Before I got sick." The temperature in the room dropped at least 10 degrees. The lights flickered, and for a second I thought I saw other figures standing in the shadows of my apartment, tall, adult-sized shapes that vanished when I blinked. Are they here too?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Eleanor shook her head. "They moved on. I stayed." She went back to playing with the measuring cups. "I like it here. It's a good place. A door place." "A door place?" I repeated. She nodded enthusiastically. "A place where doors open, to here, to there, to everywhere." She gestured around the kitchen. "That's why I open these, to remind myself that doors should stay open." I felt a chill run down my spine. Was my apartment some kind of supernatural portal? Had I been living at a crossroads between worlds for years without knowing it? "Are there others besides you?" I asked. Eleanor shrugged. "Sometimes. They just pass through. They don't stay like me." She looked at me with those transparent eyes. "You don't mind, do you, that I stay? What do you say to a ghost child asking permission to haunt your apartment?" "No, I don't mind," I heard myself saying. "But maybe you could close the cabinets sometimes and ask before using my things." She giggled, that same laugh I'd been hearing for years. "I'll try to remember," she said, though her tone made it clear that she probably wouldn't. Suddenly, she looked over my shoulder as if someone had called her name. Her expression brightened. "I have to go now," she said, "but I'll be back." She stood up, smoothed down her dress, and walked straight through the wall into the living room. I followed quickly, but the living room was empty. The TV had turned itself off. The temperature returned to normal. For the rest of the evening, I felt like I was being watched, not in a threatening way, but like I had company. I heard occasional giggles, footsteps, the sound of pages turning, though no books were open. At one point, I swear I felt someone sit down on the couch next to me while I was watching TV, though there was nobody there when I looked. That night, I dreamt of doors opening and closing, of children laughing and running through endless hallways. I woke up to find all my kitchen cabinets closed for the first time in years. But on my kitchen table was a child's drawing of a house with a family standing in front of it. 4 figures, a man, a woman, a little girl, and off to the side, slightly separated from the others, was another figure. It took me a moment to realize it was supposed to be me. It's been 5 days since I spoke with Eleanor. The cabinets still open and close, things still move around, and occasionally I hear her giggle or talk to herself, but she hasn't shown herself again. I've made peace with my ghostly roommate. I've even started leaving toys out for her, some colored pencils, a couple of children's books. They always end up in different places than where I left them. Sometimes, late at night, I think about what she said about my apartment being a door place. I wonder what other doors might open here and what might come through them. But for now, it's just me and Eleanor sharing this space across time. And honestly, I'm not looking for a new place anymore. After all, most roommates are way worse than a little girl who just wants to play and occasionally leaves the cabinets open. Story 11. I still can't fully process what happened last Christmas. It's been almost 9 months, and I get chills just thinking about it. My husband Jeff and I had decided to host dinner for friends who didn't have family nearby. We've been in our house for about 5 years now, a nice suburban place, nothing special or historic that would explain what happened. About a week before Christmas, I started noticing things, small things at first. I'd come home and find a light on that I swore I'd turned off, or Jeff would ask why I'd moved his keys when I hadn't touched them. We brushed it off as holiday stress, making us forgetful. Then the footsteps started. It was 4 days before Christmas when I first heard them clearly. Jeff was working late, and I was alone watching TV in the living room. I heard what sounded like someone walking across our hardwood floors upstairs. Not creaking or house-settling noises. Actual footsteps. Deliberate. Slow. Like someone trying not to be heard. I texted Jeff immediately. "Are you home early?" But he wasn't. I grabbed a baseball bat we keep by the door and checked every room upstairs. Nothing was disturbed. No windows open. No sign of an intruder. When Jeff got home, I told him what happened. He suggested it might be the neighbors. Our houses are close, and sometimes sounds carry. I tried to believe that explanation, but deep down, I knew those footsteps were in our house. The next night we both heard them. We were in bed around 11, almost asleep, when the unmistakable sound of footsteps came from the spare room across the hall. Jeff sat bolt upright and whispered, "You hear that, right?" I nodded, my heart racing. The footsteps moved from the spare room across the hall and stopped right outside our bedroom door. We stared at the door, waiting for it to open, but it never did. After what felt like forever, Jeff got up to check. Nothing. again. 2 nights before Christmas was the worst. We both woke up at exactly 3:30 in the morning. The footsteps were in our room this time. I felt something standing on my side of the bed. I couldn't see anything in the darkness, but I felt a presence there, watching me. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I just lay there, frozen, until whatever it was seemed to leave. Jeff later told me he'd felt it too, but had been too scared to say anything in the moment. The next morning, neither of us wanted to talk about it. What could we say? We had no explanation. Instead, we threw ourselves into Christmas preparations. My cousin Emma and her fiancé Tyler were coming early to help cook, and we had 6 friends arriving for dinner. Maybe having the house full of people would make whatever this was go away. Christmas Day arrived, and I tried to push the footsteps out of my mind. Emma and Tyler showed up around noon, bringing wine and dessert. They seemed to pick up on the tension between Jeff and me right away. "Everything okay?" Emma asked when Jeff went outside to grab more firewood. "Just stressed about dinner," I lied. I didn't want to freak them out before everyone arrived. The 4 of us spent the afternoon cooking. I was making my grandma's stuffing recipe while Emma worked on the potatoes. Tyler was in charge of appetizers, and Jeff was going back and forth between helping us and getting the dining room ready. The house smelled amazing. Roasting turkey, cinnamon, fresh bread. For a while, everything felt normal. Around 4 o'clock, Jeff said he was going to take out the trash and then head upstairs to shower before guests arrived. He was wearing his favorite grey hoodie, jeans, and those heavy work boots he always wears around the house. I remember noticing a small gravy stain on his sleeve that he'd gotten earlier. Maybe 10 minutes later, the 3 of us were still in the kitchen when I heard a faint step from the living room. I glanced up just in time to see Jeff walking toward the stairs. I only caught him from behind. Grey hoodie, jeans, those distinctive boots. I figured he'd finished with the trash and was heading up to shower like he'd said. "The turkey needs about another hour," I told Emma, returning to my stuffing. "Can you start on the gravy?" She nodded, but then we all paused. Footsteps were moving across the ceiling above us, slow, deliberate steps, the same ones I'd been hearing all week. "Is Jeff walking around up there?" Tyler asked. "Probably looking for a clean shirt," I said, trying to sound casual. But something felt off. The footsteps sounded exactly like the ones that had been scaring us at night. A few minutes later, we heard more movement upstairs, drawers opening and closing, more footsteps. Emma looked at me strangely. "How long does it take to find a shirt?" she asked. I shrugged, increasingly uneasy. "Jeff?" I called up the stairs. No answer. Emma put down her mixing spoon. "I'll go check on him." She headed upstairs while Tyler and I continued cooking. When she came back down, her face was pale. "Rachel, Jeff's not up there." I laughed nervously. "What do you mean? We all saw him go upstairs. I checked every room. He's not there." My stomach dropped. "That's impossible. He must be in the bathroom or something." I knocked on the bathroom door. No answer. Tyler put down the knife he was using to cut vegetables. Could he have gone outside again? "Without coming back through the kitchen?" I asked. "Our house isn't that big. There's no way to get from upstairs to outside without passing through where we were working." More footsteps sounded overhead. Emma's eyes widened. "Then who the hell is up there?" That's when the downstairs bathroom door opened and Jeff walked out, drying his hands on a towel. He was wearing his grey hoodie, jeans and boots. Exactly what we'd seen going upstairs. We all froze. "What's going on?" Jeff asked, noticing our expressions. "How long have you been in there?" I managed to ask. "I don't know, 10 minutes. I went to take out the trash, then came back to wash up." "You didn't go upstairs?" Emma asked. Jeff looked confused. "No, why would I? I was going to shower after I finished down here." Tyler pointed at the ceiling, where the footsteps continued. "Then who is that?" Jeff's face went white. "You guys hear that too?" We all stood there, listening to something walking around upstairs, opening and closing drawers, moving things. It sounded so ordinary, so human. But it couldn't be. "We saw you," I whispered. "At least, we saw someone who looked exactly like you, wearing exactly what you're wearing now, walk upstairs about 10 minutes ago." Jeff looked down at his clothes, then back at us. That's not possible." "Grey hoodie, jeans, those boots," Emma confirmed, pointing at his feet. "Even that gravy stain on your sleeve, we all saw it from behind." The footsteps above stopped abruptly, as if whatever was up there had heard us talking about it. "We need to check," Tyler said finally, all of us together. Part of me didn't want to go up there. I wanted to grab my keys, leave the house, and never come back. But the other part needed to know what was in our home. The four of us crept upstairs together, Jeff leading with a kitchen knife, me behind him with my phone ready to call 911. The upstairs was empty. All the doors were open, including closets. No one was there, but things had been moved. Drawers in our bedroom were partially open, and items on my dresser had been rearranged. "Could someone have broken in?" Tyler suggested, checking the windows, which were all locked from the inside. "And happened to be wearing exactly the same clothes as Jeff?" Emma asked. "We searched every possible hiding place. Nothing. Whatever had been up there was gone, or invisible." We went back downstairs, and Jeff insisted on checking the entire house, every room, every closet, the basement, even the attic. Nothing. Our friends started arriving 30 minutes later. We put on fake smiles and got through dinner somehow, but I was a wreck inside. Every time I looked at Jeff, I remembered seeing his exact double walking up those stairs. What had it been doing in our house, pretending to be him? What did it want? The rest of the night is a blur. After everyone left, the four of us stayed up talking about what happened. Emma and Tyler offered to stay the night, but eventually they had to go home. That night, Jeff and I lay awake, listening. The house was silent, too silent almost, as if whatever had been there was waiting, watching our reaction. We never heard the footsteps again after that night. It's like once it revealed itself, or once we caught it in the act, it disappeared. We had the house blessed by a priest in January. We even had a paranormal investigator come check the place out, but they didn't find anything unusual. I still don't know what was in our house that Christmas. I don't know if it was a ghost or something else. All I know is that 3 of us saw something that looked exactly like my husband, down to a fresh stain on his clothing, when my actual husband was somewhere else entirely. Sometimes I catch myself studying Jeff when he doesn't know I'm looking, wondering if it's really him, or if something took his place when I wasn't paying attention. It's a terrible thought, but I can't shake it. We're still in the same house. Maybe that's crazy, but where would we go? How do I know whatever it was wouldn't follow us? I still have no explanation for what happened that day. I've researched doppelgangers and other phenomena, but nothing quite matches our experience. Whatever was in our home wasn't just mimicking footsteps. It physically appeared as Jeff, solid enough that 3 people mistook it for him. 9 months later, and I still get up sometimes to check the spare room in the middle of the night. And every time I see Jeff walk away from me, there's that moment of doubt, that split second of fear. Is it really him this time? Story 12. I still can't believe what happened that winter. It's been nearly 40 years, but the memory haunts me every day of my life. I was only 24 when my husband and I had our first child, a beautiful baby boy we named Jian. We lived in a small village in Sichuan province, where everyone knew everyone, and traditions were followed strictly. When Jian was born, my husband's parents and my parents all lived with us in our modest farmhouse. It wasn't unusual back then. Most families lived together to share the workload and help raise the children. My husband and I worked in the rice fields from dawn till dusk, while our parents took care of the household and watched over Jian. A week after Jian's birth, my husband insisted we visit the fortune teller who lived on the mountain. Old Man Chen was famous throughout the region. People said he could see things others couldn't. I remember the day vividly. It was foggy, and the path up the mountain was slippery from the morning dew. I carried Jian wrapped tightly against my chest. When we arrived at Old Man Chen's hut, something felt off. He usually greeted visitors with a warm smile, but when he saw us with Jian, his face changed. He looked afraid. He invited us in reluctantly and asked us to sit. "You want to know about the child's future?" he said. It wasn't a question. My husband nodded eagerly, but I felt a knot forming in my stomach. Old Man Chen studied Jian's face for a long time, then closed his eyes and took several deep breaths. When he opened them again, he wouldn't look at us directly. "I cannot tell you," he said finally. My husband pushed him. "Please, we've come all this way. We need to know." The old man shook his head firmly. "Some things are better left unsaid." We spent nearly an hour begging him until he finally relented. "I wish now that we had left when he first refused. Your son's spirit is too rampant," he explained, his voice barely above a whisper. "It doesn't fit his body well. It's like trying to contain the wind in a paper bag." I clutched Jian tighter to my chest. "What does that mean?" "It means his spirit is always trying to escape. It belongs elsewhere." Old Man Chen looked at us with pity. "You must watch him carefully, every moment. Never let him out of your sight until his 12th birthday. By then, his spirit will have stabilized enough to remain in his body. If you fail..." He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. The walk home was silent. That night, my husband and I developed a plan with our parents. We would work in shifts to ensure someone was always watching Jian. Always. For years, the system worked. There were close calls. Too many to count. When Jian was 3, my father found him balanced on the edge of the well, peering down into the darkness. When he was 5, my mother-in-law caught him about to drink from a bottle of pesticide. When he was 7, he wandered off during a village festival, and we found him standing in the middle of the river, the current swirling around his knees. Each time we were there. Each time we saved him. And each time he would look at us with confusion, as if he couldn't understand why we were so upset. As he grew older, Jian became smarter, more aware. He learned to call for help when he felt himself in danger. "Something's pulling me," he would say. "Something wants me to go away." We told him to fight it, to stay with us. We never told him about the fortune teller's warning. By the time Jian was 11, we had relaxed somewhat. His 12th birthday was only 4 months away. The dangerous incidents had become less frequent. We began to believe we had weathered the worst of it. Then came Chinese New Year's Eve. It was unusually warm that day, the kind of warmth that feels out of place in winter, like a false promise. My husband and his father had gone to the forest to collect firewood for the celebrations. My parents and I went to the market in the next village to buy special foods for the New Year feast. My mother-in-law stayed behind to watch Jian. My mother-in-law was in her 70s, but still sharp and vigilant. Before we left, she assured us she would be extra careful. She locked all the doors and windows, even though it made the house stuffy in the unexpected heat. We planned to be back by mid-afternoon. The market was crowded and we got delayed. It was nearly dusk when we returned, our baskets full of food and small gifts for Jian. The house was quiet when we entered, too quiet. My mother-in-law wasn't in the main room where she usually sat. I called out for her and Jian, but received no answer. I found her in the bedroom, sitting on the edge of the bed, her face as white as rice paper. She was trembling. "I only closed my eyes for a moment," she whispered. Jian was napping beside me. I was tired, so I lay down too, just for a moment. My heart began to race. "Where is he? Where's Jian?" She looked at me with eyes full of tears. "I had a dream, a strange dream. I saw children in a forest. They were calling for their older brother. They said he hadn't returned yet. They were worried." "Mother, where is Jian?" My voice was rising with panic. Then an older boy came to them. He told the children he was sorry for being late. He said his human family was too watchful, that he couldn't escape. But today Today only an old woman was watching, and he finally found a way out. Through water. I didn't wait to hear more. I ran through the house, calling Jian's name, looking in every corner, under every piece of furniture. My parents followed, searching the courtyard and the small garden. It was my father who thought to check the kitchen. We kept a large water tank there for cooking and cleaning. It sat on a tall wooden table to keep it out of reach of children. You needed to use a stool to access it. When I entered the kitchen, I saw the stool positioned next to the table. My father was already looking into the tank, his face frozen in horror. Jian was floating face down in the water. We pulled him out immediately. His body was still warm. We tried everything to revive him, pushing on his chest, breathing into his mouth, but it was too late. He was gone. The village doctor said Jian must have climbed onto the stool, then the table, and fallen into the tank. He couldn't understand how a child Jian's age wouldn't have been able to pull himself out. The tank wasn't that deep, and Jian knew how to swim, but I knew. I knew what had happened. Jian's spirit had finally found its way out. It had rejoined the other children waiting in the forest. My mother-in-law's dream had shown her the truth, but too late for us to save him. When my husband returned and learned what had happened, he collapsed. Between sobs, he told us something he had never shared before. Old man Chen had given him a small paper charm on the day of our visit, saying it might help keep Jian's spirit tethered to his body. My husband had sewn it into Jian's jacket, the same jacket Jian had taken off before his nap, that hot New Year's Eve. We buried Jian on what would have been his 12th birthday. The entire village came to the funeral, but no one fully understood our grief. How could they? We had failed in our one task, to keep our son safe until his spirit settled. Years later, I returned to Old Man Chen's hut, hoping for answers, for some comfort. But the hut was abandoned, overgrown with weeds. The villagers said he had died the same day as Jian. Sometimes when I walk near the forest at dusk, I think I hear children laughing. I've never gone to look. I'm afraid of what I might find, a group of spirit children playing, and among them, my Jian, finally where he belongs. I've never told anyone this story before. My husband and our parents took the truth to their graves. But I needed to share it now, before I join them. I need someone else to know what happened to my ghost boy, the child whose spirit was too wild for this world. Story 13. I've never been particularly superstitious. Growing up, I'd walk under ladders without a second thought, and I'd laugh when friends would freak out about breaking mirrors. But what happened in my college dorm last semester changed everything for me. I still can't explain it, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to. It started innocently enough. My roommates and I had just moved into our suite-style dorm at the beginning of fall semester. There were 4 of us sharing a common area with a small kitchenette, and we each had our own bedroom. The building itself was pretty old, one of the original dorms built in the 1970s that the university hadn't gotten around to renovating yet. From the first week, we noticed weird things. Nothing major at first, just the typical stuff you might brush off. Lights would flicker occasionally. The air would get randomly cold in certain spots. Sometimes we'd hear faint scratching sounds coming from inside the walls. We joked about it being haunted, but none of us really believed it. We blamed it on old wiring and poor insulation. Then Megan, my roommate with the bedroom next to the kitchenette, started complaining about hearing strange noises at night. She said it sounded like someone was rummaging through our pantry around 3 in the morning. We figured it was probably just pipes, or maybe even mice, though none of us wanted to think about that possibility. "I swear something's up with that pantry," Megan said one night while we were all studying in the common area. "I can hear whispering sometimes." We laughed it off, but I noticed how her voice trembled slightly. That's when Jamie, always the adventurous one, suggested we get a Ouija board. "Are you serious?" I remember asking. "Those things are such bull." "Come on," Jamie insisted. "It'll be fun. If nothing happens, we can just laugh about it." And if something does, well, wouldn't you want to know what's making those noises in our pantry? I reluctantly agreed, along with our fourth roommate, Becca. Jamie ordered a board online, and it arrived 3 days later. Looking back, I wish we'd never opened that package. We decided to use it on a Friday night when none of us had early classes the next day. We dimmed the lights in the common room, placed some candles around, breaking dorm rules, but whatever, and sat in a circle on the floor. The pantry door was directly behind Jamie, slightly ajar, despite our habit of keeping it closed. "Okay, so who knows how to do this?" Becca asked, eyeing the board nervously. Jamie pulled out her phone. I looked it up. We all need to put our fingers on the planchette, this little pointer thing, and then we ask if any spirits are present. We followed her instructions, each placing 2 fingers lightly on the plastic pointer. I remember feeling stupid at first, like we were playing some childish game. Jamie cleared her throat dramatically. "Is there anyone here with us tonight?" she asked in a solemn voice. Nothing happened for about 30 seconds, and I was about to suggest we give up when the planchette suddenly jerked beneath our fingers, sliding to yes. "Okay, who moved it?" I demanded, looking around at everyone. "Not me," Megan whispered, her face pale. "I swear I didn't," Becca added. Jamie shook her head, looking equally stunned. We continued, asking basic questions. The responses were inconsistent. Sometimes the planchette would move quickly, other times it would barely budge. We learned the supposed spirit was female and had died long ago. Nothing too specific or convincing. Then Jamie asked, "Are you the one making noises in our pantry?" The planchette slid to yes again. Just as we were about to ask another question, we heard it, a soft rustling sound coming from the pantry behind Jamie. We all froze. "Did you guys hear that?" Megan whispered. Before anyone could answer, something else happened. A soft female voice, so quiet I almost thought I'd imagined it, seemed to come from the direction of the pantry. It sounded like one word: dreams. My skin erupted in goosebumps. "Tell me you all heard that," I said, my voice shaking. The others nodded, wide-eyed. Jamie turned back to the board. Did you just speak to us?" The planchette moved to yes. "What did you say?" Becca asked. The pointer began to move again, slowly spelling out DELAYED. "Delayed?" "What's delayed?" Megan asked, but the planchette didn't move again. We continued for another 20 minutes or so, but the responses became vague again. Eventually we decided to end the session, saying goodbye properly as Jamie had read we should do. We all went to bed feeling unsettled, but I convinced myself it was just the power of suggestion. Maybe one of us had subconsciously moved the pointer, maybe the voice was just the wind, or a neighbor in the hallway. The next day, everything seemed normal, and we almost forgot about the weird experience. Almost. That evening, Becca got a call from her mom. Our common room was noisy with Jamie watching TV, so Becca stepped into the hallway to talk. The rest of us barely noticed until something impossible happened. We had this old Bluetooth speaker that Megan had brought from home. It wasn't plugged in or turned on. It had been sitting on our kitchenette counter for days with a dead battery. Suddenly, it emitted a loud dial tone, exactly matching the sound coming from Becca's phone outside in the hallway. Jamie and I stared at each other, then at the speaker. The dial tone continued for about 10 seconds, then stopped abruptly. When Becca came back in, we told her what happened. She looked at the speaker, then checked her call log to confirm the timing. "That's impossible," she said. "The speaker's not even charged." I picked it up and confirmed it was completely dead. Wouldn't turn on. No lights. Nothing. That night, none of us slept well. I kept thinking about that voice saying dreams and the word delayed on the Ouija board. What was delayed? What did dreams have to do with anything? A few days passed without incident, though the atmosphere in our suite had changed. We were all on edge, jumping at small noises and avoiding the pantry when possible. Then our neighbors from across the hall, Tyler and Emma, came over to hang out one evening. We ended up telling them about our experience with the Ouija board. "You guys are making this up," Tyler said, laughing. "I wish we were," I replied. "Prove it," Emma challenged. "Let's do it again right now." Jamie hesitated. "I don't know if that's a good idea." But curiosity won out, and soon the six of us were sitting around the Ouija board again. This time, Emma's boyfriend Kyle had joined us too. The planchette moved much more quickly this time, responding immediately to our questions. When we asked who we were speaking with, it spelled out grandfather. Emma's face went white. "My grandfather?" she asked shakily. "Yes." "When did you die?" she asked. The planchette spelled out before birth. Emma gasped. "My grandfather died 3 months before I was born," she whispered. "I've never told any of you that." Kyle put his arm around her. "It's just a coincidence," he said, but he looked unsettled. "Ask it something else about your grandfather," Tyler suggested, "something specific that none of us would know." Emma thought for a moment. "What was your favorite thing to collect?" she asked. The planchette moved, COINS. Emma's hand flew to her mouth. "My mom has his coin collection," she said quietly. "There's no way any of you could have known that." The atmosphere in the room had completely changed. This wasn't fun anymore. It felt invasive, wrong somehow. I decided to address the pantry issue directly. "Is someone living in our pantry?" I asked. The planchette moved to yes. "Are you a good presence?" Megan asked. There was a long pause before the planchette slowly moved to no. My stomach dropped. "Should we be concerned?" Jamie asked, her voice barely audible. The planchette shot to yes, so forcefully that our fingers struggled to keep contact. That's when we heard it again, that soft female voice, but this time the words were clearer. "You opened the door." The lights flickered, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees in an instant. The candles we'd lit flared up unnaturally high, then went out all at once. "End it now," Kyle said urgently. "Say goodbye." We all quickly moved the planchette to goodbye and removed our hands from the board. None of our visitors wanted to stay after that. As they were leaving, Emma pulled me aside. "That thing wasn't my grandfather," she whispered. "Whatever it is, it's pretending." After they left, the four of us sat in silence for a while, processing what had happened. "We need to do something about the pantry," Megan finally said. "I can't sleep knowing whatever that is in there." Becca, who came from a religious family, suggested we put crosses on the pantry door. It seemed silly, but we were desperate for any solution. We didn't have actual crosses, so we drew them on post-it notes and stuck them all over the pantry door. Childish, maybe, but it made us feel better. That night, I slept better than I had in days. The next morning, the atmosphere in our suite felt lighter somehow, cleaner. For about a week, everything seemed normal. No strange noises, no cold spots, no whispers. We thought it was over. Then last night I was up late finishing a paper. Everyone else had gone to bed hours before. The common room was dark except for the glow of my laptop screen. I had headphones in, listening to music to stay awake. Suddenly my music cut out. In the silence, I heard breathing. Not my own, but soft, rhythmic breathing that seemed to be coming from right behind me. I froze, unable to turn around, paralyzed by fear. Then my laptop screen went black, plunging the room into complete darkness. In the reflection of the screen, I thought I saw something. A shape, a figure standing behind me. I finally managed to turn around, but there was nothing there. Just the pantry door, with our childish cross-covered post-it notes still attached, fluttering slightly as though disturbed by a breeze. But there was no breeze in our sealed dorm room. As I stared, one of the post-it notes detached and floated to the floor, then another, and another. I ran to my room and locked the door. I didn't sleep at all. This morning, all the post-it notes were back on the pantry door, arranged exactly as we had placed them originally. When I asked my roommates, they all denied touching them. The speaker on the counter keeps turning on by itself, playing static or sometimes just that same dial tone. Yesterday, it played a few notes of a lullaby that none of us recognized. We've asked to change dorms, but housing says there's nothing available mid-semester. We're stuck here. I don't know what we awakened with that stupid board. I don't know why it's fixated on our pantry, or what it meant by dreams or delayed. All I know is that something is here with us now, and I don't think it's going away. Last night, I woke up at exactly 3:15 in the morning to find my bedroom door wide open, even though I distinctly remember locking it before bed. And as I lay there, too terrified to move, I heard that soft female voice again, closer now, right beside my ear. The door stays open now. Story 14. I still don't know if I should be sharing this. Even as I type this, there's this weird feeling in my gut telling me to stop, to keep it to myself. But it's been 7 years now, and I can't stop thinking about it. Maybe writing it down will help me make sense of what happened. I was 16 and living with my mom in Covina. It was summer break, so I didn't have to worry about school the next day. I remember it was a Tuesday night in July, around 1 in the morning. I've always been a night owl, and my mom had given up trying to enforce a bedtime once I hit high school. That night, I was lying in bed with my iPad, watching some stupid YouTube videos about conspiracy theories. I was really into that stuff back then. My bedroom wasn't very big, just enough space for my twin bed, a small desk, and a dresser. My bed was against the wall opposite the door, and I had these dark blue curtains that blocked out most of the streetlight from outside. I remember I was getting tired, my eyes starting to feel heavy. I was thinking about turning off the iPad and going to sleep when it happened. There was no warning, no strange sounds or feelings beforehand. 1 second I was alone in my dim room, the light from my iPad screen the only illumination, and the next second she was just there. Standing in the middle of my bedroom floor, maybe 4 or 5 feet from the end of my bed, was a woman. But not a normal woman. She was made entirely of light. Not like a person holding a light or wearing something illuminated. She was light. Like someone had carved a woman-shaped hole in reality and filled it with this intense white glow. The light wasn't blinding, but it was bright enough to light up my entire room. It was like looking at a cloud on a sunny day. Dense and white, but somehow soft at the edges. And she was clearly wearing clothes from another time. A big puffy dress that went down to the floor, the kind you'd see in old paintings from the 1800s. She even had this umbrella or parasol thing in her hand, held slightly to the side. The weirdest part? I wasn't scared. Not even a little bit, which makes absolutely no sense because I'm the type of person who jumps at horror movie trailers and sleeps with the closet door firmly shut. But when this glowing woman appeared in my bedroom in the middle of the night, all I felt was this calm surprise like, oh, hello there. I didn't move or say anything. I just stared at her, and though I couldn't make out a face in all that light, I had the distinct feeling she was looking right back at me. There was this presence to her, not threatening, just aware, conscious, real. She didn't speak or move toward me. She just stood there for maybe 5 or 6 seconds, and then she was gone. Not like she walked away or faded out gradually. One moment she was there, and the next, she just wasn't. The room went dark again, except for my iPad screen, which was still playing some video I wasn't paying attention to anymore. I sat there for what felt like forever, trying to process what had just happened. Had I fallen asleep? Was it a dream? But I knew I hadn't been sleeping. I was wide awake, watching videos. My heart wasn't racing, I wasn't sweating or disoriented like you might be after a nightmare. I was just confused. I checked the time on my iPad. It was 1:12 a.m. Only a minute or two had passed since I last checked the time before she appeared. I got up and turned on my bedroom light. half expecting to see something out of place, some evidence that what I'd seen was real. But everything was normal. My blue curtains were still drawn, my door was still closed, my clothes were still scattered on the floor where I'd left them. I couldn't go back to sleep after that. I just sat on my bed with the lights on until around 3 in the morning, when I finally felt tired enough to try sleeping again. I didn't feel threatened or scared, just completely baffled. Who was she? Why was she dressed like that? Why was she in my room? And why the hell was she made of light? The next morning I told my mom about it over breakfast. She was making toast and barely looked up when I started talking. "Mom, something weird happened in my room last night." "Hmm?" She was distracted, scrolling through emails on her phone. "I saw a woman in my room, like a glowing woman in an old-timey dress." That got her attention. She put her phone down and looked at me with that concerned mum face. "You were dreaming, honey, that's all." "No, I was awake. I was watching YouTube videos. She just appeared out of nowhere for a few seconds and then disappeared." Mum sighed and took a sip of her coffee. "Charlotte, you were watching those creepy videos again, weren't you? Your brain probably just mixed up what you were watching with that half-asleep state. It happens." I tried to explain that I was fully awake, that the woman was made of light, that she had an umbrella and a dress from another century, but Mum just nodded in that way parents do when they're humoring you. She suggested maybe I should take a break from the conspiracy videos for a while, and that was that. I didn't bring it up again. Not to Mom, not to my friends, not to anyone. And here's where it gets even weirder. I didn't want to bring it up again. Every time I thought about telling someone, I got this overwhelming feeling that I shouldn't. Not like I was scared of being judged or not believed, but like something inside me was actually warning me not to talk about it. It wasn't a voice or anything dramatic like that, just this gut feeling that said, keep this to yourself. So I did. For years. Life went on. I finished high school, started community college, got a part-time job at a coffee shop. The memory of the glowing woman stayed with me, but it was like a photograph stored away in a drawer, still there, but not something I looked at every day. Then, about 3 years after it happened, Mom and I were having dinner at home. We were talking about nothing important, just TV shows and gossip about the neighbors, when out of nowhere, Mom said, "Remember that time you thought you saw a ghost in your room?" I nearly choked on my spaghetti. "What?" "When you were in high school, you said you saw some glowing woman in your bedroom." "Yeah," I said cautiously, surprised she even remembered. "What about it?" Mom twirled pasta around her fork, casual as could be. "I was thinking about it the other day. You know, they say sometimes people have guardian angels watching over them. Maybe that's what you saw." I stared at her, fork suspended halfway to my mouth. "You believe me now? You think I actually saw something?" She shrugged. "I don't know, but you've never been the type to make stuff up for attention, and you were so certain about it. The way you described it, it didn't sound like a dream." We talked about it for a while after that. Mom asked if I'd ever seen the woman again. I hadn't, and if I remembered any other details. I told her everything I could recall. The dress, the umbrella, the feeling of calm. She listened more seriously this time, nodding occasionally. "What do you think it means?" I asked her finally. "I don't know, honey. But if it was something supernatural, it didn't seem to want to harm you. Maybe it was protecting you from something." That conversation opened the door to me, thinking about the experience more actively again. I started researching online, looking up historical clothing from the 1800s, reading about apparitions and supernatural encounters. I found forums where people shared similar experiences, though none quite matched mine. Most ghost sightings were described as translucent or greyish figures, not beings made of bright white light. The more I researched, the more that strange feeling returned, that warning not to talk about it. I ignored it and kept digging, but I still didn't tell anyone else. I moved out of Mum's house when I was 20, sharing an apartment with 2 roommates closer to my college. My new bedroom was smaller than my old one, and sometimes at night, I'd find myself staring at the empty space in the middle of the floor, half expecting the woman to appear again. She never did. Last year, I went through a really rough patch. My boyfriend of 2 years broke up with me. I lost my job at the coffee shop, and I was struggling with my classes. One night, I was lying in bed crying, feeling completely alone and lost. In that moment, I suddenly remembered the glowing woman. The memory was so vivid, the soft white light filling my teenage bedroom, the strange calm I felt in her presence, and for some reason, remembering her made me feel better, less alone somehow. That night, I finally decided to try speaking to her, just in case she was still around somewhere watching over me. "If you're my guardian angel or whatever," I whispered into my dark room. "I could really use some help right now." Nothing happened, of course. No glowing woman appeared. But the next day, I got a call about a job opening at a bookstore I'd applied to months earlier. And the day after that, I ran into an old friend who told me about a study group that ended up helping me pass my hardest class. Small things, coincidences probably, but they helped me get back on my feet. I still don't know what to make of what happened that night 7 years ago. Was she a ghost, a guardian angel, a hallucination, a glitch in reality? I've considered all these explanations and more, but none of them feel quite right. The dress and umbrella still puzzle me the most. Why would a supernatural being appear in period clothing? Our house in Covina wasn't particularly old, built in the 1970s according to Mom. There was no historical significance to the land as far as I know. And why do I still feel like I shouldn't be talking about this? Even now, typing this out, there's this nagging sensation in the back of my mind, telling me to delete everything and forget it ever happened. It's not a threatening feeling, just insistent, like I'm breaking some rule I didn't know existed. But I'm 23 now, and I've decided it's time to share my experience, whatever the consequences might be. Maybe someone else has seen her too. Maybe someone has answers I don't. All I know for sure is what I saw. A woman made of white light, dressed in clothes from another century, standing in my bedroom for a few brief seconds on a summer night when I was 16. She didn't speak or move or do anything remarkable besides existing, which was remarkable enough. And despite the strangeness of it all, I've never felt afraid when thinking about her, only curious. And sometimes, when life gets especially hard, a little comforted, like maybe, just maybe, there's something out there watching over us that we don't understand. Story 15. I've never been the type to believe in ghost stories. Even as a kid, I'd roll my eyes when friends tried to scare each other with tales about haunted houses or spirits. I was always the rational one, the guy who'd point out the creaky floorboard or the wind making that ghostly sound. That changed 7 years ago during what should have been just another boring night shift at Nordiska Gallery and Mall in Stockholm. I'd been working security there for about 3 years by that point. The job was pretty straightforward. Watch the cameras, do regular walkthroughs, make sure nothing was on fire and nobody was breaking in. Most nights were completely uneventful. I'd bring books to read or listen to podcasts to stay awake. The mall had 4 floors, plus a cellar level, and my shift ran from 11 at night until 7 in the morning. Our routine was simple. First walk through immediately after closing at 10 to make sure all customers had left and to activate the alarm systems. Then I'd sit in the security office, monitoring the cameras until around 3 in the morning, when I'd do a second complete walkthrough. After that, I'd go back to the office until my shift ended. That night started like any other. It was mid-October, already dark and cold outside when my shift began. I remember it was a Tuesday, because I'd been complaining to my colleague during handover about having to miss the Champions League match. The first walkthrough went completely normal. Checked all the stores were properly locked, made sure no one was hiding in the bathrooms, it happened more often than you'd think, and set all the alarms. I spent the next few hours in the security office drinking coffee and watching YouTube videos. Around 3 in the morning, I started my second walkthrough. This was always more thorough than the first one, because if anything was going to happen, like a pipe bursting or someone trying to break in, it usually happened during these dead hours. I always started at the top floor and worked my way down. Nothing unusual on the 4th floor, just the quiet restaurant area with chairs stacked on tables. The 3rd floor with all the clothing stores was fine too. The 2nd and 1st floors were completely normal. Then I headed down to the cellar level. The cellar was always a bit creepier than the rest of the mall. The lighting was dimmer, and it had this colder, damper feeling. There was a toy store called Lexaka Paradiset, Toy Paradise, and a large playroom with glass walls that faced the central hallway. The playroom was this open space where parents could leave their kids to play while they shopped. It had these colorful foam mats on the floor, a small plastic slide, and shelves of toys along the walls. I remember being a bit tired by this point, so I was moving slower, taking my time. As I approached the toy store, I noticed they had a new display of collectible figures in the window. Some superhero things. I'm kind of into that stuff, so I stopped to look through the glass door. I was standing there, shining my flashlight on this Batman figure, thinking I might check it out on my day off. That's when it happened. The scream came from directly behind me. It was so sudden and so loud that I literally jumped and dropped my flashlight. It clattered on the floor, spinning and throwing wild shadows everywhere. The sound wasn't just loud, it was the quality of it that froze my blood. It was clearly a little girl's voice screaming, "Mommy!" But there was something wrong with it. It had this raspy, almost death-like quality to it, like the sound was being torn out of a throat that shouldn't be able to make sounds anymore. It wasn't just scared, it was desperate, terrified in a way I've never heard before or since. I spun around so fast, I nearly fell, my heart hammering in my chest. I grabbed my flashlight from the floor and pointed it down the hallway. My hand shaking so badly the beam was dancing all over the place. The hallway was completely empty. I shined the light into the playroom through its glass walls. Nothing moved inside. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding pathetically small in the empty space. "Is someone there?" Silence. My first thought was that a child had somehow been left behind when the mall closed. It seemed impossible. We always did thorough checks. But what else could it be? Maybe a kid had fallen asleep somewhere and woken up alone and scared in the dark. I unlocked the playroom door with my master key, hands still trembling. The little room smelled like disinfectant and the faint plasticky smell of toys. I checked every corner, behind the slide, under the foam mats, inside the toy chests. Nothing. Next, I moved to the toy store itself. I unlocked it and went inside, checking between shelves, behind counters, in the small storeroom at the back. I looked inside display cabinets big enough to hide a child. Nothing. I spent the next hour searching the entire cellar level, every store, every bathroom stall, every maintenance closet. I even checked the emergency exits to see if any had been triggered. All secure. I went back to the security office, feeling increasingly unsettled. I checked the alarm monitoring system, which shows exactly which zones of the mall have been entered. According to the system, the only zones that had registered movement were the ones I had passed through myself. I reviewed the surveillance footage from the cellar-level hallway. There I was, standing at the toy store door, looking at the display, then suddenly jumping and dropping my flashlight, but there was no one else visible anywhere on the footage. I tried to calm myself down. Maybe it was just a sound from outside the mall that had somehow echoed strangely through the ventilation system, but that didn't make sense. The scream had been too clear, too close. It sounded like it came from literally right behind me. And why would a child be screaming outside a mall at 3 in the morning anyway? I considered calling my supervisor, but stopped myself. What would I even say? Hey, I heard a ghost child screaming in the empty mall. He'd think I was crazy or making up stories to get attention. I managed to finish my shift, though I didn't leave the security office again, except for a quick final check just before 7. When my replacement arrived, I didn't mention what happened. I just signed out and went home. I couldn't stop thinking about it, though. I kept trying to come up with rational explanations. The most likely one seemed to be that there might be a doll in the toy store with a voice box that had malfunctioned. Maybe the batteries were dying, causing that horrible raspy quality to the sound. The next day I came in early before my shift and went to the toy store. I spoke to the manager, a woman named Astrid, who'd been running the place for years. I tried to sound casual, asking if they had any dolls that made sounds or said, "Mommy." She showed me their doll section, but none of them had voice boxes. They were all just regular dolls. When I pressed further, Astrid told me they hadn't carried talking dolls for over a year because parents had complained about them being too annoying. I asked about the playroom too. Astrid explained that they had a strict protocol. Every morning before opening, they thoroughly cleaned the playroom and kept a detailed inventory of any toys left behind. Nothing unusual had been recorded the morning after I heard the scream. This all happened 7 years ago, but I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I worked at that mall for another 8 months after the incident, and nothing like it ever happened again. But I always felt uneasy doing the night rounds in the cellar level. I'd find myself rushing through that part of my walkthrough, and I never stopped to look at the displays in the toy store window again. I've tried to be rational about it. Maybe it was stress or sleep deprivation causing me to hallucinate. Maybe it was some kind of auditory phenomenon I don't understand. But the sound was so real, so present, so filled with terror and desperation that it doesn't feel like something my mind could have created. What bothers me most is the specificity of it. Not just any scream, but a child crying for her mother in absolute fear. Something about that feels significant, like there's a story behind it I'll never know. I quit that job eventually and moved on to a daytime security position at an office building. I've never told many people about what happened, just my girlfriend and one close friend, both of whom suggested I was half asleep and dreaming. But I know what I heard. That scream was real, and sometimes when I'm alone at night and the house is completely quiet, I find myself straining my ears, half expecting to hear it again. That desperate, raspy cry of a little girl who wasn't there, calling for a mother who couldn't hear her. Story 16. I still can't explain what happened that night 3 months ago. I'm not someone who believes in ghosts or the supernatural. I've always been practical, skeptical even. But what happened? It changed something in me. My great-aunt Elsie was more of a mother to me than my actual mom ever was. After my dad and uncle died in that boating accident when I was 11, Mom kind of checked out emotionally. She was physically present, but mentally somewhere else entirely. That's when Aunt Elsie stepped in. Every weekend, she'd pick me up in her old blue Chevy truck with the cracked leather seats that smelled like peppermint and tobacco. We'd drive out to Tobacco Lake, or sometimes up to Plum Island, fishing rods rattling in the truck bed. She taught me everything: how to bait a hook without flinching, how to read the water, how to wait in silence for hours without getting bored. Patience is the fisherman's best friend, Rachel, she'd say in that gravelly voice of hers, worn down by decades of Marlboros. She quit smoking when I was 14 because I begged her to, but her voice never recovered. Elsie wasn't traditionally maternal. She wore men's flannel shirts with the sleeves rolled up, revealing forearms mapped with sunspots and thin blue veins. Her silver hair was always pulled back in a practical bun, and she smelled like Old Spice deodorant because she thought women's scents are a marketing scam. But she showed love in her own way, teaching me to be independent, to fix things myself, to stand tall when life knocked me down. When I moved to Philadelphia for work after college, leaving Massachusetts behind, she understood. "Birds gotta fly," she said at our goodbye dinner, her eyes a little misty, though she'd deny it if I pointed it out. We stayed close through weekly phone calls, but as years passed, the calls became less frequent. My career in marketing took off. I met Jordan, we got engaged, life happened. I found out about Elsie's heart attack on a Tuesday morning. My cousin called while I was in a client meeting. By the time I got the message, she was already gone. The funeral was scheduled for Thursday, just 2 days later. I tried everything to get time off, but we were in the middle of a massive product launch, and my boss made it clear my job was on the line if I left. 10 hours of driving each way for a funeral meant missing at least 2 critical days. I made the call I still regret. I stayed in Philly. The guilt was crushing. At night, I'd wake up sweating, remembering how Elsie had never missed a single important moment in my life. Not one. Yet I couldn't be there for her final send-off. My cousin sent me photos of the service, her simple pine casket adorned with wildflowers, the fishing lures some of her old buddies had left as tributes. I sobbed for hours looking at them. Jordan tried to comfort me, but how could she understand? I'd mentioned Elsie briefly when we first started dating 3 years ago, but I never really talked about her much after that. It hurt too much, especially after we drifted apart in my last years in Philly. I didn't even have photos of Elsie displayed in our apartment, just one old picture tucked in my wallet of us holding up a large-mouth bass, both grinning like we'd won the lottery. The guilt followed me everywhere in the weeks after her funeral. I'd be in the shower and suddenly remember her teaching me to braid my hair when I was 12. I'd catch the scent of someone's cigarette on the street and have to stop walking as grief washed over me. I should have been there. I should have said goodbye. About 7 weeks after Elsie died, I was having another restless night. Jordan was sleeping peacefully beside me while I stared at the ceiling, mentally replaying my last phone conversation with Elsie from months earlier. It had been brief. She asked about work, I gave short answers, promised to call soon, and hung up. That hollow promise now haunted me. I must have finally fallen asleep around 3 in the morning. What felt like minutes later, I was jolted awake by Jordan sitting bolt upright in bed, staring at me with wide eyes. "Rachel," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. "Who's Elsie?" I felt like someone had dumped ice water down my spine. "What?" "Your Aunt Elsie, the one who took you fishing." Jordan's face was pale in the dim light coming through our bedroom blinds. The one with the short grey hair and the scar on her right hand. I sat up slowly, completely confused. "Jordan, how do you know about that scar?" Elsie had sliced her palm open on a fishing hook when I was 13. The jagged white line across her right palm was something even my close family wouldn't necessarily know about. Jordan was shaking slightly. "She was just here, Rachel, in my dream. But it wasn't like a normal dream. It was so vivid, so real." "What are you talking about?" My heart was pounding so hard I could feel my pulse in my throat. I was dreaming about something totally random, walking through some grocery store I didn't recognize. Then suddenly everything shifted, and I was sitting on a dock by a lake. There was this older woman next to me, wearing a faded red flannel shirt with the sleeves rolled up. She had these incredibly kind eyes and silver hair pulled back tight. The description was so accurate that goosebumps erupted across my arms. I had never shown Jordan a photo of Elsie, never described her in detail. She turned to me and said, "You must be Jordan. Rachel picked well." Then she showed me her hand, this scar across her palm, and laughed, saying, 40 years of fishing and it was your fiancé who got me good with a hook." Jordan's voice cracked. Rachel, she knew my name. She knew we were engaged. I couldn't speak. My throat had closed up completely. She told me her name was Elsie and that she was your aunt. She said she needed me to tell you something important. Jordan reached for my hand, squeezing it tight. She said to tell you that she's okay and that you need to stop worrying and feeling guilty. She said she understands why you couldn't come and that she was never angry about it. Tears were streaming down my face now. I couldn't stop them. She said she loved watching you grow into such a strong woman and that she's still watching. And then Jordan paused, swallowing hard. Then she hugged me. Rachel, I could smell her, like peppermint and something else. Old Spice, I whispered. Jordan nodded, eyes wide. Yes, how did you know? She always wore men's deodorant, said women's products were a marketing scam. I was shaking uncontrollably now. There's more, Jordan continued softly. She mentioned something about a promise kept. She said, tell her I kept my promise. I'll always be there when she needs me most, even if she can't see me. Does that mean anything to you? I covered my mouth with my hand, trying to muffle the sob that escaped. When I was 15 and terrified about starting a new high school, Elsie had made me a promise while we sat in her truck outside the school building. I'll always be there when you need me most, Rach. Even when you can't see me, I'm right here. She'd pointed to my heart. What else did she say? I managed to ask. She said you should go fishing again, that the base are still waiting at... Wait, what was it? Chabaco? Is that a place? Chabaco Lake, our favorite spot. Then she just smiled at me and said she had to go. That's when I woke up. Jordan was watching me closely. Rachel, I swear to you, I've never seen this woman before in my life. You've never shown me pictures, never described her in detail. How could I dream about someone I've never met? How could I know about a scar you never told me about? I couldn't answer. The logical part of my brain was scrambling for explanations. Maybe I had mentioned Elsie's appearance in passing and forgotten. Maybe Jordan had seen that wallet photo without me realizing. But deep down, I knew none of that was true. What time is it? I asked, my voice hardly a whisper. Jordan glanced at the clock. 4:17. 4:17 in the morning. I felt another chill run through me. Elsie used to pick me up for our fishing trips at exactly 4:15. You're late, kiddo, she'd joke when I'd come rushing out at 4:17. We sat in silence for a long time, Jordan holding my hand while I tried to process what had happened. Eventually, I laid back down, emotionally exhausted, but with a strange sense of peace washing over me. The next morning, I half expected Jordan to laugh it off as just a weird dream. But over coffee, she looked at me seriously and said, I've never experienced anything like that before. It wasn't just a dream, Rachel. I nodded slowly. I believe you. That afternoon, I finally did something I'd been avoiding for weeks. I called my cousin and asked her to tell me about the funeral. She described how they'd played Elsie's favorite Johnny Cash songs, how her fishing buddies had shared stories that had everyone laughing through tears. She mentioned how they'd found a letter in Elsie's nightstand addressed to me, which they'd mailed to my old address in Philadelphia. I tracked down that letter eventually. It had been returned to sender and was sitting in a pile of mail at my aunt's house. Inside was a simple note. Rachel, don't waste time on guilt. Life's too short for that nonsense. I understand why you couldn't be here, and it doesn't change a thing. I'll always be with you when you need me most. Love, Elsie. The same words she'd apparently spoken to Jordan in that dream. I still don't know how to explain what happened that night. I'm not religious or particularly spiritual, but I know what Jordan experienced wasn't just a random dream. She described my aunt perfectly. From her appearance to her mannerisms to personal details no stranger could possibly know. Sometimes when I'm alone, I talk to Elsie. I tell her about my day, about the small bass I caught when I finally returned to Chabaco Lake last month. I'm not sure if she can hear me, but after what happened, I like to think she can. The skeptic in me still searches for logical explanations. But then I remember Jordan's face that night. The genuine shock, the details she couldn't possibly have known. And I remember the time on the clock, 4:17. Some things, I guess, simply defy explanation. Story 17. Have you never shared this with anyone outside my closest circle? It feels so personal, so terrifying, and I know how it sounds. But after what happened last month, I need to put this somewhere. Maybe writing it out will help me process everything. This all started back in college. Around 2001, I was a film student at UCLA, ambitious and full of myself, like most 20-somethings with a camera. I'd stay up late editing projects, subsisting on ramen and coffee. The first time I saw her, I was walking back to my dorm after an all-nighter at the editing lab. The campus was deserted at 4 in the morning, and there was this weird fog hanging low over the quad. She was standing under a lamppost about 50 yards away, just standing there, a woman in what looked like a dark dress, or maybe a long coat. I couldn't make out her face, but something about her posture made my skin crawl. She wasn't moving at all, just facing my direction. I remember speeding up, not wanting to get closer, and when I glanced back, she was gone. I brushed it off as exhaustion playing tricks on me. But then it happened again a week later, in the underground parking lot of our building. Same figure, same stillness, this time standing between two parked cars, about 30 feet away. I called out, thinking maybe it was a student, but there was no response. When I blinked, she wasn't there anymore. After that, she started appearing in my dreams, not doing anything scary, just present, standing in the background of whatever dream I was having. Sometimes closer than before, sometimes further away, but always watching. I'd wake up with this overwhelming sense of dread that would stick with me all day. I didn't tell anyone at first. Who would believe me? But eventually, I mentioned it to my roommate, who suggested I was working too hard and needed sleep. Fair enough, I tried sleeping more, drinking less, even went to the campus counselor, who suggested it might be stress manifesting in a weird way. But she never went away. She followed me through graduation, through my first industry job, through my move to West Hollywood. Sometimes months would pass without a sighting, and I'd think maybe it was over, whatever it was. Then I'd glimpse her again, in a crowded movie theater, standing motionless in the back row while everyone else was engrossed in the film, or at a restaurant, visible through the window, watching me from across the street. The dreams were the worst, though, because in the dreams I could tell she was gradually getting closer. In 2005, she'd be at the far end of whatever dreamscape my mind had created. By 2010, she might be halfway across the room. By 2015, sometimes just a few feet away, though still never close enough to make out her face clearly. I tried everything: therapy, meditation, sleep studies. One therapist suggested I might have a rare form of sleep paralysis. Another thought it could be related to unprocessed grief after my father died. Nothing fit, and nothing helped. There was a pattern I eventually noticed. She appeared more frequently in places that felt off. I don't know how else to describe it. Places with bad energy, bad juju. Once I realized this, I became hyper-aware of how spaces felt to me. I'd walk into a hotel room or someone's house and immediately know if she was likely to show up there. Last December, I was visiting my friend Rachel at her condo in Palo Alto. We'd become close over the past few years. She's this brilliant writer, 29, full of energy and ideas. We were bouncing around concepts for a horror short I wanted to produce, and something about the conversation made me finally open up about my lady, as I'd started calling her. She's getting closer, I told Rachel, after explaining the whole history. In the dreams, sometimes she's right beside me now. I can feel her breath, but I still can't see her face. It's like she's been patient all these years, but she's getting ready for something. Rachel was the first person who didn't immediately try to explain it away. She just listened, asked thoughtful questions, and admitted it sounded terrifying. That night, I stayed in her guest room and had the worst dream yet. The lady was standing at the foot of my bed, her face still obscured, but her presence overwhelming. I woke up gasping for air, certain she had been in the room with me. Then COVID hit. I was still in touch with Rachel regularly, but we weren't seeing each other in person because of the lockdowns. In April, I caught the virus. It hit me hard, high fever, couldn't breathe, the works. I ended up in the hospital for 11 days. Those nights in the hospital were a blur of fever dreams, and in every single one she was there, closer than ever before. The doctors didn't think I was going to make it at one point. My oxygen levels kept dropping, and they were preparing to put me on a ventilator. But somehow, I pulled through. When I was finally discharged in late April, I felt like I'd dodged a bullet. Rachel was ecstatic, sending me care packages and promising we'd celebrate properly once it was safe. But something had changed. The lady wasn't just in my dreams anymore. I'd see her in my apartment, just glimpses out of the corner of my eye. Standing in my hallway when I got up to use the bathroom at night, reflected in my TV screen when it was turned off. One morning I woke up to find my shower curtain partially open when I knew I'd closed it the night before. I tried to convince myself it was post-COVID brain fog or PTSD from the hospital stay. But deep down, I knew better. She had almost had me in that hospital, and now she wasn't willing to wait anymore. Last month on May 12th, I texted Rachel. I still have the message saved on my phone. She's so close now, Rach. Not just in dreams. I can feel her in the room with me right now, standing behind me as I type this. I don't think I have much time left. I know how that sounds, but I've always known she was coming for me eventually. I just didn't think it would be so soon. Rachel called me immediately, worried. She wanted to drive down to LA that night, but I talked her out of it. What could she do anyway? This wasn't something another person could fight off. This was something that had been with me for nearly 20 years, patiently waiting. That night I decided to face it head on. I sat in my living room with all the lights on, waiting. Around 3 in the morning the lights began to flicker. Not in a dramatic horror movie way, just subtle fluctuations. Like the power was unsteady, the temperature dropped. Again, not drastically, just enough that I noticed and pulled my sweater tighter around me, and then I felt her presence behind me, stronger than ever before. For the first time, I didn't turn around. I didn't run. I just sat there and spoke aloud. I know you're here. I've always known. What do you want from me? There was no verbal response, but I felt something cold touch the back of my neck, like fingers, but not quite solid. I shuddered, but forced myself to stay seated. Have you been waiting for me to die all this time? Is that it? Are you death? The touch moved from my neck to my shoulder, then withdrew. The air around me felt heavy, charged with something I couldn't identify, not malice exactly, but purpose, intent. I finally turned around slowly, and there she was, standing just a few feet away. For the first time, I could see her clearly. She wasn't hideous or monstrous like I'd feared. She looked ordinary. A woman in her 40s, perhaps, in a dark blue dress that seemed to shift and move slightly, even though she was perfectly still. Her face was calm, patient, almost kind in a detached way. Our eyes met, and in that moment, I understood something I can't quite put into words. She wasn't evil. She wasn't even necessarily there to hurt me. She was simply inevitable. I went to bed eventually, exhausted but oddly calm. When I woke up the next morning, I felt different, like something fundamental had shifted. I went about my day as usual, checked emails, had a Zoom meeting with some potential investors, ordered takeout for lunch. But there was this constant awareness that she was near, watching, waiting. That evening, I felt unusually tired. I lay down on the couch, planning to just rest my eyes for a minute before starting dinner. As I drifted off, I sensed her standing over me. I opened my eyes, and she was there, clearer than ever before, her hand extended toward me. Without thinking, I reached up to take it. Her fingers were cold but solid now, real. As our hands touched, I felt a strange peace wash over me, along with the absolute certainty that this was it. This was what she'd been waiting for all these years. I must have fallen asleep then, because the next thing I remember is waking up on my couch at midnight, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding erratically in my chest. I tried to stand, but collapsed immediately. I managed to reach my phone and dial 911, but even as I spoke to the dispatcher, I knew it was too late. The paramedics said I had a massive cardiac arrest. Clinically, I died for almost 2 minutes before they resuscitated me in the ambulance. The doctors can't explain why. I'm only 42, and while my recovery from COVID wasn't complete, there was nothing to indicate my heart was in danger. But I know. She finally caught up to me, just like I always feared she would. The strangest part? Since that night, I haven't seen her once, not in dreams, not in my peripheral vision. She's gone completely. I'm back home now, recovering. The doctors say I'm lucky to be alive. They've put me on all sorts of medications and want me to come in for regular monitoring. Rachel has been staying with me, sleeping on my couch, making sure I take my pills and eat properly. Last night, though, something happened. I woke up around 3 in the morning and saw Rachel standing in my doorway, checking on me. But for just a split second, before my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I could have sworn it wasn't Rachel at all. The silhouette was different, taller, with that familiar stillness I know too well. I haven't told Rachel. What would I say? Hey, I think my death lady is using you as a disguise now. But I can feel it. She's not gone. She just got what she came for. A piece of me. My actual death experience. And now she's waiting again. More patient than ever. I don't know what happens next. I don't know if I'll ever truly escape her, or if this is just a temporary reprieve. All I know is that she found me once, and if she wants to, she'll find me again. And next time, I don't think the paramedics will get to me in time. Story 18. I've never been superstitious. Growing up in Malaysia, I was surrounded by ghost stories and taboos, but I always considered myself too practical to believe in them. My parents raised me with Buddhist values, but weren't overly religious, and I moved to Singapore for work 5 years ago, leaving behind most of those cultural beliefs, or so I thought. It was about 8 months ago when I returned to Ipoh for my childhood friend Mei Ling's wedding. I hadn't been home in almost 2 years because of the pandemic, and seeing my hometown again filled me with nostalgia. The day after the wedding, I decided to take a walk around my old neighborhood before heading back to Singapore. The familiar streets hadn't changed much. The same kopitiam where my father used to take me for breakfast, the same fruit vendor who'd been there since I was a child. But as I turned onto Jalan Sultan Iskandar, we locals just call it Hugh Low Street, I felt an inexplicable heaviness in the air. That's when I saw it again, the empty shop house. Even as a child, I remembered that particular unit on the corner had always been vacant or constantly changing businesses. It stood out because Ipoh's old town is usually bustling with activity, especially in areas with these beautiful colonial-era shophouses. This one, however, remained stubbornly empty despite its prime location. As I walked closer, I noticed a tattered "For Rent" sign hanging crookedly in the window. The paint on the facade was peeling, and the metal shutters were pulled halfway down, covered in dust and rust. I stopped in front of it, struck by the stark contrast between this neglected space and the thriving businesses surrounding it. An old man sitting outside the coffee shop next door noticed me staring. He was probably in his 80s, with deep wrinkles lining his face and a traditional songkok on his head. "You're looking at the cursed shop?" he asked in Cantonese, his voice raspy from years of smoking. I was surprised by his directness, but nodded. I grew up around here. It's always been empty or changing businesses. He motioned for me to sit at his table, and despite my usual reluctance to engage with strangers, something compelled me to join him. He introduced himself as Uncle Lim and said he'd been living in the area for over 60 years. "That place has been cursed since 1973, he said, lowering his voice. "A pregnant woman died there. I'd heard whispers of this story growing up, but never the details. Uncle Lim seemed eager to share what he knew, and I found myself drawn into his account. According to him, a young woman, about 7 months pregnant, was walking along the pedestrian path in front of the shop on a rainy afternoon. The shop house was a sundry store back then. The details of what happened next varied slightly in his telling. Either she slipped or someone accidentally bumped into her, but the result was the same. She stumbled onto the road just as a bus was passing by. The bus hit her hard, Uncle Lim said, wincing at the memory. She was thrown into the shop, bleeding badly. The shop owner and some bystanders tried to help, but it was too late. She died there on the floor, her and her unborn baby. I felt a chill despite the humid afternoon heat. Before she died, he continued, she was in so much pain, screaming that it wasn't her time. She cursed the place, said she would never leave, that no business would ever prosper there. After that, the sundry store closed within months. A series of businesses tried to operate there. A hardware store, a clothing shop, a bakery, but none lasted more than a year. Eventually, people started avoiding the place altogether. About 15 years ago, someone opened a restaurant there, Uncle Lim recalled. The owner brought in monks and mediums to bless the place, even built a small shrine in the back for the woman's spirit. They thought they had appeased her, but they were wrong. 3 months after opening, a waitress claimed to see a pregnant woman standing in the kitchen after hours. Soon after, customers reported hearing a woman crying in the restroom, though no one was there when they checked. The final straw came when the chef found all his knives rearranged one morning in the shape of a cradle. The restaurant closed within a week. As Uncle Lim spoke, I noticed the skies darkening slightly, though it was only mid-afternoon. A sudden gust of wind blew through the street, scattering fallen leaves across the pavement. But that's not even the worst thing, Uncle Lim said, leaning closer. Do you remember the piano shop 2 doors down? I nodded. The Wong's piano house had been there since I was a child. I'd taken lessons there briefly when I was 10. About 7 years ago, the owner's son, just 5 years old, was playing outside during a light rain. His mother was busy with a customer. Somehow, the boy wandered near that cursed shop. They found him face down in the drain in front of the empty shop, drowned in barely knee-deep water. My stomach turned. I did vaguely remember hearing about a child's death in the neighborhood, but I'd been away at university by then. People say the ghost's unborn baby wanted a playmate, Uncle Lim whispered, making a protective gesture with his hand. After that, the Wongs moved their business elsewhere. No one wants to be near that place now. I thanked Uncle Lim for sharing the story and continued my walk, trying to shake off the unsettling feeling his tale had left me with. Before heading back to my parents' house, I found myself drawn to the shop house again. Standing across the street, I studied its darkened windows and dilapidated exterior. That's when I saw her, or thought I did, a fleeting glimpse of a woman in white standing in the shadowy interior, her hand resting on what looked like a swollen belly. I blinked, and she was gone. I convinced myself it was just my imagination, fueled by Uncle Lim's ghost story. The next day, I flew back to Singapore, determined to put the whole thing out of my mind, but that wasn't the end of it. About a week after returning to my apartment in Singapore, I started experiencing strange occurrences. It began with small things, items not being where I'd left them, lights flickering occasionally. I dismissed these as forgetfulness or electrical issues. Then the dreams started. I'd wake up at exactly 3:16 every morning, drenched in sweat, with fragments of dreams involving a small boy playing with toy cars. In these dreams, the boy never spoke to me or acknowledged my presence. He just played silently, occasionally looking up as if waiting for someone. One night, about 2 weeks after returning from Ipoh, I woke up to the sound of water running in my bathroom. Half asleep, I assumed I'd left the tap on, though I couldn't remember using the sink before bed. When I got up to check, the bathroom was dry, but the distinct sound of water dripping continued somewhere in my apartment. I followed the sound to my kitchen, where I found a small puddle of water on the floor. As I stared at it, confused, I felt a cold draft brush against my back. Turning around, I saw him, a small boy, maybe 5 years old, standing in my living room. He was soaking wet, wearing shorts and a t-shirt with a cartoon character I didn't recognize. His hair was plastered to his forehead, and water dripped from his clothes onto my floor. I froze, unable to scream or move. The boy didn't approach me, but simply stood there, looking at me with wide, sad eyes. "Help me," he said softly, his voice sounding distant and hollow. "I need to go home." Then, as suddenly as he appeared, he vanished, leaving only wet footprints on my floor that evaporated within seconds. I spent the rest of the night with all my lights on, huddled on my couch, too terrified to go back to sleep. By morning, I'd almost convinced myself it was just a vivid nightmare, until I received a call from my mother. "Rachel, something strange happened," she said without preamble. "Mrs. Wong from the piano shop asked about you yesterday. She said her late son appeared in her dream and mentioned your name. She was wondering if you'd been back to Ipoh recently." My blood ran cold. I hadn't told my parents about walking past the empty shop house or speaking with Uncle Lim. That evening the boy appeared again, this time as I was preparing dinner. He stood by my refrigerator, still dripping wet, but somehow less frightening than before. Maybe it was the daylight, or maybe I was just becoming numb to the shock. "You visited her place," he said simply. "The empty shop?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. He nodded. "She's angry. She's always angry. But I'm just sad. I want to go home, but I can't." "Home? Where is home?" I managed to ask. "Not here, not there. I need to be born again, but I need good merit." Then I understood. In Buddhist belief, souls need merit to reincarnate favorably. This child's spirit was trapped, unable to move on. "How can I help you?" I asked, surprising myself with the question. "Chant for me," he said, "the Heart Sutra every morning. Help me gather merit." Then he was gone again, leaving me with a mixture of fear and pity. That night, I called my mother and asked more about Mrs. Wong's son without revealing my experiences. She told me he had indeed drowned in a drain near the haunted shop house 7 years ago. His name was Kevin, and he'd been playing with toy cars when he somehow fell into the drain during a light rain. The next morning, with shaking hands, I pulled up the Heart Sutra on my phone and began to chant. I wasn't particularly religious, and my pronunciation was probably terrible, but I felt compelled to help this lost child. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. I chanted every morning without fail. The boy, Kevin, appeared occasionally, always dripping wet, but seeming less sad each time. He never stayed long, sometimes just watching me chant before disappearing. About 3 months into this routine, I started researching the pregnant woman's story more deeply. Through online forums and conversations with my parents' neighbors, I learned her name had been Lily Chen. She'd been 26 years old and expecting her first child when the accident happened. Her husband had moved away shortly after her death, too devastated to remain in Ipoh. Some locals believed Lily's spirit was particularly vengeful because she felt the shop owner hadn't done enough to save her. Others thought she was simply unable to move on without her unborn child, who would forever remain unborn. 6 months after I began chanting, Kevin appeared to me in the middle of the day. For the first time, he wasn't wet. He wore clean clothes and even smiled slightly. "It's working," he said. "I'm gathering merit, but she knows. She's angry that I might leave." "Lily?" I asked. "The pregnant woman?" He nodded. "She doesn't want to be alone with her baby that never was. That's why she took me, but I don't belong there." That night I had a terrible nightmare. In it I was standing inside the empty shop house in Ipoh. The interior was decayed and dark, with only shafts of dusty light filtering through the broken windows. In the center of the room stood a woman in a blood-stained white dress, her belly swollen with child. Her face was contorted with rage as she screamed at me, though I couldn't hear her voice, only a high-pitched ringing in my ears. I woke up with a nosebleed, something I hadn't experienced since childhood. The next day, I received an email from Mrs. Wong, Kevin's mother. My mother had given her my contact information. Her message was brief, but hit me like a physical blow. My son appeared in my dream again. He said, "You're helping him. Please be careful. She won't let him go easily." I continued chanting, even as strange occurrences in my apartment escalated. Objects would move violently across rooms. The temperature would drop suddenly in specific areas. Twice, I woke up with unexplained bruises on my arms, as if someone had grabbed me roughly. About 2 weeks ago, almost a year after I began chanting, Kevin appeared to me one last time. He looked completely different, dry, clean, and surrounded by a soft light. He was smiling. "I have enough merit now," he said. "I can be reborn. Thank you." Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. "She's coming," he warned, his expression turning fearful. "She knows I'm leaving. Be careful." That night, I was awakened by the sound of something heavy being dragged across my floor. Opening my eyes, I saw a trail of wet footprints leading from my bedroom door to the foot of my bed. Not small footprints like Kevin's, but adult-sized ones. Standing at the end of my bed was Lily, exactly as she'd appeared in my nightmare. Swollen belly, blood-stained dress, and eyes filled with rage. She didn't speak, but I could feel her anger radiating throughout the room, making it hard to breathe. As she moved toward me, I began chanting the Heart Sutra instinctively, my voice shaking with terror. To my surprise, she stopped, her form seeming to waver slightly. I continued chanting, louder now, and she retreated a step, then another. Her expression changed from rage to something like confusion, then sadness. For a brief moment I saw her not as a vengeful spirit, but as a woman whose life and future had been violently taken from her. Before she disappeared, she placed her hand on her belly and looked at me with such profound grief that I felt tears spring to my eyes. I haven't seen Kevin or Lily since that night, but I continue to chant the Heart Sutra every morning. I've also arranged to visit Ipoh next month to place offerings at both the empty shophouse and the drain where Kevin drowned. Last week, my mother called to tell me that someone is renovating the cursed shophouse, planning to open a charitable organization that provides support for single mothers and pregnant women in crisis. The locals are skeptical it will last, but for the first time in decades, there's hope that the space might finally serve a purpose that honors, rather than fears, Lily's memory. I don't know if I'll ever understand what really happened or why I was drawn into this spiritual journey. All I know is that somewhere, hopefully, a little boy named Kevin is getting another chance at life, while a woman named Lily Chen and her unborn child continue to haunt a shophouse in Ipoh, waiting for someone to help them find peace too. Story 19. I still don't talk about what happened in that apartment very often. It's been over a decade now, but sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night feeling like someone's watching me from the corner of my room. I guess I should start from the beginning. When I was 16, my mum, my 2 younger siblings and I moved into this apartment building in northern Alberta. It wasn't fancy or anything, just a regular 3-bedroom place that was finally big enough for all of us. My brother was 14 and my sister was 12 at the time, and we'd always had to share rooms before. Mom told us we could each pick our own room, and even though I was the oldest, I let my siblings choose first. My sister immediately claimed the room with the purple walls, and my brother wanted the one closest to the bathroom. That left me with the biggest bedroom at the end of the hall, which was honestly a surprise. I figured one of them would have wanted it. The room had these weird vibes right from the start. It wasn't anything I could really explain to my mom or anything. Just this feeling that the air was heavier in there, especially around the closet. But I was 16 and finally had my own space, so I wasn't about to complain. Plus, it came with this old wooden desk by the window that the previous tenants had left behind. The landlord said we could keep it or throw it out, but I decided to keep it. It seemed sturdy enough, and I needed somewhere to do my homework. For the first few weeks, everything was normal. I decorated my walls with posters, arranged my stuff, and started getting used to having privacy. My dog, a shaggy mutt named Bandit, would hang out with me every night. We had this routine where he'd curl up next to me on the bed while I watched movies on my laptop. About a month after we moved in, the weird stuff started happening. The first incident happened while Bandit and I were watching a movie. I was sitting on my bed, back against the wall, when suddenly I couldn't move. It felt like someone had wrapped their arms around me, pinning my own arms to my sides. I wasn't asleep. The movie was still playing. Bandit was still right beside me. But something was holding me down. It lasted maybe 30 seconds before whatever it was let go. Bandit didn't react at all, which made me think I was just imagining things. But then it happened again the next night, and the night after that. Always the same feeling, invisible arms holding me so tight I couldn't even wiggle my fingers. I started keeping my bedroom door open at night, thinking maybe I just needed more air circulation or something. Then came the night that changed everything. I woke up around 3 in the morning because my TV had turned on by itself. It was just static, making that fuzzy sound that's somehow both quiet and loud at the same time. Bandit was growling softly beside me, which never happened. I remember feeling like my heart was going to explode as I slid out of bed to turn it off. As I reached for the power button, I saw something in the reflection of the screen that made my blood freeze. There was a girl standing in my doorway. She was wearing what looked like a white nightgown, and she was just standing there, completely still. I thought it was my sister, so I turned around and said, "Hey, what are you doing up?" No response. The figure just stood there, and in the dim light from the TV, I could see now that she was taller than my sister. Her hair was long and black, hanging straight down past her shoulders. I took a step toward the door, and the figure turned and walked away. I saw long black hair disappearing into the bathroom across the hall. I followed, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The bathroom was empty. I checked my sister's room. She wasn't there, and I suddenly remembered she was at a sleepover that night. I ran to my mom's room and woke her up, babbling about the girl I'd seen. Mom checked the whole apartment, but there was nobody there except us. She tried to convince me it was just a nightmare, but I knew what I saw. Bandit wouldn't come out from under my bed for the rest of the night, and he never did that unless he was scared. After that night, things escalated quickly. The invisible arms holding me happened almost every night. Sometimes I'd wake up to find my closet door open when I was sure I'd closed it. Bandit refused to come into my room anymore. He'd stand at the threshold whining, but wouldn't set foot inside. I started sleeping on the couch in the living room. When my mom asked why, I told her about all the weird stuff happening in my room. She didn't believe me at first, but then she started noticing things too. The temperature in my room was always colder than the rest of the apartment. My belongings would get moved around when nobody had been in there. The final straw came when my mom came home early from work one day and heard voices coming from my room. She said it sounded like a man and a woman arguing, but when she opened the door, the room was empty. After that, she wouldn't let me sleep in there anymore. We moved my bed into the living room, but I still used the room during the day for homework and drawing at my desk by the window. One afternoon, some friends from school came over. We were hanging out in my room while I finished a drawing I was working on. My friend Jasmine suddenly got really quiet, and when I asked her what was wrong, she said, "Who's that man standing behind you?" I turned around, but there was nobody there. Jasmine insisted she'd seen an older man in dark clothes standing right behind my chair, watching me draw. My other friends hadn't seen anything, but they all got uncomfortable and wanted to leave. Later that week, I had some friends over again, but this time we were outside in front of the building. I went up to my room to get something, and when I came back down, my friend Miguel asked me who the man was that had been standing in my window watching me. When I told him nobody else was in the apartment, He pointed up at my window and swore he'd seen a tall man standing behind me as I was at my desk. I was terrified now, but also curious. I started looking more closely at the desk, wondering if maybe it had something to do with all the weird stuff happening. One day, I was reaching underneath it to grab a piece of paper that had fallen when my fingers brushed against something carved into the underside of the desktop. I got down on my hands and knees with a flashlight to see what it was. Carved into the wood, in jagged, childish letters, were the words, "Mary Got's a baby." I had no idea what it meant, but something about it made my skin crawl. I took a photo and showed it to my mum, who didn't know what to make of it either. But when my aunt came to visit the following weekend, she recognized the desk right away. "This came from the residential school," she said, her voice tight. "They closed it down in the 80s, but they auctioned off a lot of the furniture." For those who don't know, residential schools in Canada were these horrible institutions where Indigenous children were sent after being taken from their families. They weren't allowed to speak their language or practice their culture. Many kids were abused, and some never made it home. My family is Cree, and both my grandparents had been forced to attend these schools. My aunt explained that the desk I'd been using had come from one of these schools. The carving underneath was probably done by one of the students, maybe someone named Mary, who got pregnant while at the school, which would have been scandalous back then. Everything suddenly made sense in the worst possible way. The presence I'd been feeling, the girl in the white nightgown, the man people kept seeing behind me, they were connected to the desk and whatever terrible things had happened to the people who used it. We decided to move out immediately. Mom found us another apartment across town, and we started packing that same day. We were so focused on getting out that we didn't even think about what to do with the desk. We just left it there, planning to tell the landlord about it after we were safely gone. On moving day, as we were loading the last of our things into the truck, I noticed one of the neighbors carrying the desk out of our apartment. I started to call out to warn him, but my mom pulled me away, saying we needed to leave it all behind us. I thought that would be the end of it. We moved into our new place, and for a few weeks, everything seemed normal again. But then I started feeling the invisible arms again. I'd wake up in the middle of the night and see a figure standing in the corner of my new room. Bandit still wouldn't come near me when I was in my bedroom. Whatever had been in that closet, whatever was connected to that desk, it had become attached to me personally. It's been more than 10 years now. I've moved 2 provinces away. I've tried smudging ceremonies, talked to elders, even had a priest bless my current apartment. Nothing seems to work completely. Some nights are better than others, but I still feel a presence sometimes. I've been researching the history of that residential school, trying to find records of a girl named Mary, or any other clues about what might have happened. I still don't have answers, but I know what I experienced was real. Sometimes I wonder if that neighbor who took the desk is experiencing the same things I did, or if the entity is split somehow, part of it with the desk and part of it with me. All I know for sure is that I should never have kept that desk. And whatever or whoever followed me home that day has never truly left. Story 20. I've never really shared this with anyone outside my family before. Even typing this makes my heart race a bit. I'm not the kind of person who believes in ghosts or anything supernatural, honestly. I'm studying engineering now, and I've always been the analytical type who needs evidence for everything. But what happened in our house in Oak Ridge still gives me chills, and I can't explain it no matter how hard I try. I was 16 when it first happened. School had just let out for summer break, and our house was packed as usual. We lived in this typical suburban home, 4 bedrooms, which meant I'd get bumped to the living room whenever the whole family was home. My parents had the master bedroom, my sister got her own room, and my grandparents stayed in the guest room whenever they visited from India, which was pretty much every summer and winter break. I didn't really mind sleeping in the living room. It was actually kind of nice having my own space, even if it wasn't a proper bedroom. I'd set up my mattress behind the couch, had my laptop and the family iPad, and could watch videos without disturbing anyone. The living room connected to a hallway that led to all the bedrooms, with my grandparents' room being the first one you'd reach from the living room. That night, I remember it was really hot, one of those sticky summer nights where you just can't get comfortable. Everyone had gone to bed around 10, but I stayed up watching cooking videos on the iPad. I know that sounds weird, but I find those videos relaxing, especially this one chef who makes these elaborate desserts. The house was completely silent except for the low volume on my headphones. It must have been around 2:30 in the morning when I finally decided to try to sleep. I turned off the iPad, took off my headphones, and laid down. The living room was dark, except for the faint blue light from the router in the corner. That's when I felt it. This weird sensation that someone was watching me. You know that feeling? Like when the hairs on your neck stand up? I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just my imagination, or maybe because I'd been staring at a screen for too long. But the feeling wouldn't go away. I'm not usually scared of the dark, but that night, I couldn't shake this dread that was building up inside me. I reached over to my backpack and pulled out this small book light I use for reading and clipped it onto the side of the couch so it would cast just enough light to see the room. I figured having a bit of light would calm me down. I laid back down, trying to focus on my breathing and just fall asleep. The house was completely silent. My grandparents always went to bed early and were heavy sleepers. My parents' room was at the other end of the hallway, and my sister's room was between theirs and my grandparents'. I was just starting to drift off when I heard it. Footsteps. Not soft, creaky floorboard steps, but running. Fast, panicked running. It started from my grandparents' room, came down the hallway, and then just stopped. Right at the edge, where the hallway meets the living room. Right where I couldn't see without getting up. My whole body froze. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. The footsteps were so clear, so distinct, the sound of bare feet slapping against our hardwood floors. But what made it worse was how abruptly they stopped. Like whatever was running just halted instantly at the threshold of the living room. After what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute, I managed to sit up. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I grabbed my phone to use as a flashlight and slowly, so slowly, got off my mattress. I crept toward the hallway entrance, my phone clutched in my shaking hand. The light from my phone barely illuminated a few feet in front of me. The hallway was empty, completely empty and silent. I stood there for a moment, listening for any sound, breathing, movement, anything, but there was nothing. My rational brain tried to come up with explanations. Maybe one of my grandparents had gotten up to use the bathroom, but I would have seen them, and why would they run, and why would they stop and disappear? Maybe it was the house settling, but those were clearly footsteps. Running footsteps. I remembered reading somewhere that you can't read clocks in dreams, that the time is always blurry or changing, so I checked my phone to make sure I was actually awake. It was exactly 3 in the morning, 3 a.m. I'd heard people call it the devil's hour or the witching hour. I'm not superstitious, but seeing that time displayed on my phone made my stomach drop. I was too scared to go back to my mattress in the living room. I grabbed my pillow and blanket and quietly went to my parents' room. I didn't wake them, just dragged my mattress in and set it on the floor at the foot of their bed. I spent the next 30 minutes staring at the ceiling, ears straining for any sound, before exhaustion finally took over. The next morning, I didn't tell anyone what happened. What was I going to say? I heard someone running in the hallway at 3 a.m., but no one was there. I'd sound crazy. Plus, nothing was out of place. No doors or windows were open, and everyone had been asleep. I convinced myself it must have been my imagination, or maybe I'd been half dreaming. Life went on, and I basically forgot about it. I mean, I didn't forget, but I pushed it to the back of my mind. I finished high school, started college, and only came home during breaks. By the time I was 18, I had pretty much written off the incident as my teenage brain playing tricks on me. Then, During winter break of my second year in college, it happened again, but worse. I was home for about a week already. This time, I had my own room since my grandparents weren't visiting until after Christmas. It was a Friday night, and I'd stayed up late scrolling through my phone. Nothing unusual, just catching up on social media and texting friends. I remember checking the time around 1 a.m. and thinking I should probably get some sleep. I've always been a light sleeper. The slightest noise can wake me up, which is annoying when you're trying to get a good night's rest. I must have fallen asleep around 1:30. The next thing I knew, my door was bursting open and the hallway light flooded my room. My dad was standing there in his pajamas, looking panicked. His hair was sticking up in all directions and his eyes were wide with fear. I jolted upright, immediately thinking something terrible had happened. Maybe my mom was sick or there was a fire. "Why are you running in the hallway at this time?" he demanded. "And why did you scream so loud?" I was completely confused, still half asleep. "What? I wasn't running anywhere. I've been asleep." "Don't lie to me," he said, but I could see the confusion spreading across his face. I heard someone running back and forth in the hallway, and then there was this scream. "I thought it was you." My blood ran cold. I could see my dad looking around my room as if he expected to find someone else there. But it was just me, obviously just woken up, still in bed with my phone charging on the nightstand. "Dad, I swear I was asleep. Check my phone if you want. I've been in bed since around 1. He stood there for a moment, looking bewildered. I got out of bed and we both walked to the hallway. The house was completely silent. Everyone else was still asleep. My mum, my sister, no one else had heard anything. We checked all the doors and windows. Everything was locked. We looked in all the rooms and closets. Nothing was disturbed. No one else was in our house. My dad ran his hand through his hair. "I could have sworn," he muttered. It was so loud, running back and forth like someone was being chased, and that scream. He shook his head. I asked him what time it was when he heard it. "Around 2:30, maybe closer to 3, he said. "I was in a deep sleep, and it woke me up." That's when I told him about what happened 2 years ago, how I'd heard running footsteps from my grandparents' room to the living room entrance, right around the same time. How I'd been too scared to tell anyone because I thought they wouldn't believe me. My dad's face went pale. He's never been the type to believe in supernatural things. He's even more practical than I am, but I could tell from his expression that he was genuinely shaken. "Let's go back to bed," he finally said. "We'll figure this out in the morning." But we never did figure it out. The next day, my dad acted like nothing had happened. When I tried to bring it up, he changed the subject. I could tell he didn't want to think about it. I don't blame him. What explanation could there possibly be? Since then, I've only stayed at my parents' house a handful of times. I always make sure to have roommates when I'm at college, and I never sleep alone when I'm home. I've done research, tried to find logical explanations. Could it be the house settling in a weird way? Some kind of auditory hallucination that both my dad and I experienced years apart? A neighbor playing a prank? None of the explanations make sense. What freaks me out the most is that whatever it was, it escalated. The first time, it was just running. The second time, there was screaming too. What would happen a third time? I don't want to find out. Sometimes I wonder if my parents' house was built on something it shouldn't have been. Oak Ridge was developed in the 90s, and before that, it was mostly farmland. Could something have happened there? Or maybe it has nothing to do with the house at all, but something attached to our family. I know this probably sounds ridiculous to most people. Trust me, I've tried to rationalize it in every way possible. But when you're lying in bed at 3 a.m. and hear someone running down your hallway when everyone is asleep, and then nothing's there, or worse, when your dad hears the same thing years later, it's hard to just brush it off. I'm back at college now, and I've never been so grateful for my noisy roommates. At least when I hear footsteps here, I know exactly who they belong to. Story 21. I've never told anyone this story outside my immediate family. Even now, my hands are shaking as I type this. I'm not sure if writing it down will help or just make the memories more vivid, but I need to share this with people who might understand. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it. This happened 3 years ago when I was 22 and still living with my mom in Pinewood, a small town about 20 minutes from Lake Serenity. For context, my mom's been a police officer there for almost 15 years. It's usually a quiet job in a town where everyone knows everyone, and the biggest problems are usually drunk tourists in summer or the occasional break-in. That night started like any other. I remember it was a Tuesday in late July, hot as hell even after sunset. I'd been working double shifts at the hardware store all week to cover for a co-worker on vacation, so I was completely exhausted. I crashed around 10 without even checking my phone, which wasn't like me at all. The dream started almost immediately. I wasn't in that half-awake state where you're aware you're falling asleep. 1 second I was in my bed, and the next I was somewhere else. It wasn't like my normal dreams, which are usually jumbled nonsense or stress dreams about showing up to work naked. This was hyper-real. The colors were vibrant, the sounds clear, and I could feel everything. The temperature of the air, the texture of what I was touching. I was surrounded by babies. Not just a few, dozens of them. They were everywhere, laughing and crawling and sitting around me in what felt like a large, bright space. Some were barely old enough to sit up. Others looked closer to a year old. The weird thing was, I wasn't freaked out. I felt this overwhelming sense of purpose, like I was meant to be there with them, watching over them. I've never been especially drawn to kids. I don't have younger siblings, don't babysit, don't particularly coo over babies in strollers. So this focus on infants was completely out of character for my subconscious. Yet there I was, feeling completely natural among all these laughing babies. The babies weren't distressed. They were playing, giggling, reaching out to touch my hands. One little girl with dark curls kept trying to grab my fingers and laughing when I wiggled them. A chubby boy with the biggest brown eyes I've ever seen was stacking invisible blocks in front of me, looking up occasionally for my approval. The strangest part was how I felt both physically present and somehow floating at the same time. It was like I was simultaneously sitting with them and hovering slightly above, observing everything. The whole dream had this soft golden light washing over it, not like sunlight, more like we were inside a warm lantern. At one point, I remember checking an old-fashioned pocket watch that appeared in my hand. The time was exactly 1 in the morning. I remember feeling surprised by how specific that detail was. As the dream continued, I noticed the babies were gradually disappearing. Not in a scary way. They weren't being taken or vanishing suddenly. They would simply fade away while still smiling, like they were dissolving into the golden light around us. I wasn't alarmed by this. Instead, I felt like I was helping them transition somewhere. With each child that faded, I felt a mixture of sadness and peace. When I woke up the next morning around 7, the dream was still crystal clear in my mind. Usually my dreams fade within minutes of waking, but this one felt burned into my memory. I couldn't shake the emotions from it either, this weird combination of melancholy and serenity that followed me around as I got ready for the day. Mom had already left for work, which wasn't unusual. She often works night shifts or early mornings. I poured myself some cereal and grabbed the local newspaper from the porch. Yeah, our town still has physical newspapers delivered daily. Force of habit to read it with breakfast, even though most news I get online. The headline hit me like a punch to the gut. Tragedy at Lake Serenity. Nighttime boat accident claims multiple lives. I must have stared at those words for a full minute before I could make myself read the article. A large passenger boat called the Moonlight Cruiser had capsized during a private event just after 1 in the morning. The boat had been chartered for a family reunion, with relatives from several states gathering to celebrate. Many of the attendees had brought their young children, including infants and toddlers. According to the article, the boat had been over capacity and a sudden storm had kicked up unexpectedly on the lake. Between the overloading and the rough waters, the boat had taken on water rapidly and sunk within minutes. The article listed 17 confirmed deaths, with 7 of them being children under the age of 3. 1 in the morning. 7 babies. The exact time from my dream. The exact focus of my dream. I felt sick. The cereal turned to cement in my stomach. I must have read that article 5 times, looking for some explanation, some reason why I would have dreamed about babies at the exact moment they were drowning just 20 minutes away from my bedroom. I tried to tell myself it was coincidence. Maybe I'd heard something about the party earlier and forgotten. Maybe there'd been a TV commercial about boat safety that planted the seed. Maybe I'd seen more babies than usual that week and my brain was processing it. But none of that explained the timing. None of that explained why I, someone who rarely dreams about children, would have such a vivid dream about babies at the exact moment of their deaths. I was still sitting there, newspaper clutched in my hands, when Mom came home around 11. One look at her face and I knew she'd been there. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her uniform rumpled. She looked 10 years older than when she'd left the house yesterday. "You heard?" she asked, dropping her bag on the floor. I nodded, unable to find words. She poured herself a cup of coffee with shaking hands. They called everyone in, all hands on deck for search and rescue, but it turned into recovery pretty quick. Her voice cracked. I've never seen anything like it. I wanted to tell her about my dream right then, but something held me back. It sounded crazy, even to me, and she'd just experienced real trauma. She didn't need my weird dream analysis on top of it, so I just asked, "Were you there when it happened?" She shook her head. Got called in right after, maybe 30 minutes after it went down, but she stopped, took a deep breath. I was one of the first dive teams in the water. My blood ran cold. "Did you find anyone?" Mom stared into her coffee for a long moment. 3 of the little ones. They were still strapped in their life jackets. Her voice dropped to a whisper. They looked like they were sleeping. That's when I told her I couldn't help it. The words just poured out of me. The dream, the babies, the golden light, the exact timing. As I spoke, her face went from exhausted to alarmed to something I couldn't quite read. When I finished, she was silent for so long I thought she was going to tell me I was being ridiculous or disrespectful. Instead, she reached across the table and gripped my hand. "One of the other officers, Joe, you've met him. He lost his niece on that boat. Little girl, 10 months old, dark, curly hair." She paused, swallowing hard. "And the Michelson's grandson, big brown eyes, chubby cheeks. The exact babies from my dream, the curly-haired girl who kept reaching for my fingers, the brown-eyed boy with his invisible blocks." I couldn't speak. Mom couldn't either. We just sat there, holding hands across the kitchen table, trying to process what this meant. Over the next few days, as the newspaper published profiles of the victims, I recognized more of them. Not by their photos. Babies that young change so quickly that current pictures often don't capture what they really look like, but by the descriptions. The twin boys who were always in matching outfits. The little girl who already had 6 teeth at 9 months. The baby boy who couldn't sleep without his stuffed elephant. In my dream, he'd been clutching something I couldn't quite see. It's been 3 years, and I still don't have an explanation. I've researched everything from psychic phenomena to grief hallucinations to collective unconscious. Nothing quite fits. I wasn't connected to any of those families. I had no reason to psychically tune into that tragedy. The only theory that gives me any comfort is that maybe, somehow, those babies needed someone to witness their transition, not their physical deaths in the dark, cold water, but their spiritual journey afterward. Maybe they collectively reached out to someone receptive enough to feel them, to see them off as they moved from this world to whatever comes next. I've never had another dream like that one. I'm not sure I want to, but I check the newspaper every morning, just in case. And sometimes, when I'm half asleep, I swear I can still feel tiny fingers reaching for mine, still hear the echo of innocent laughter as souls transition into golden light. I'll never know for sure what happened that night, but I know what I experienced was real, and those babies, wherever they are now, knew I was there with them when they needed someone most. Story 22. I still can't explain what happened to me that night 6 years ago. I've spent countless hours researching sleep paralysis, paranormal phenomena, and everything in between, but nothing quite matches what I experienced. I'm posting this, hoping someone might have had a similar experience or can offer some explanation. I was 16 at the time, living with my parents in our 2-story house in Cedarville. It was a pretty normal night in October. Nothing special about the date or anything. My parents were having one of their usual arguments downstairs. Nothing serious, just the kind of bickering that happens in every marriage. But I'd learned to tune it out by then. Around 8 in the evening, I was lying on my bed sideways, scrolling through my phone. I wasn't planning to sleep yet. I was just resting. My bedroom was on the 2nd floor, directly above the living room where my parents were. The light was still on, and I could faintly hear their voices through the floor, though I couldn't make out what they were saying. I remember feeling really tired suddenly. It was weird because it wasn't that late, and I hadn't done anything particularly exhausting that day. Just school and some homework, but this wave of drowsiness hit me hard, and I felt my eyelids getting heavy. I didn't fight it. I just put my phone down on the nightstand and let myself drift. I wasn't fully asleep. I was in that weird in-between state where you're still somewhat aware of your surroundings, but starting to dream at the same time. You know that feeling where reality and dreams start to blur together? That's when it happened. I felt it so clearly, a finger pressing gently against my shoulder, not a poke, not a grab, but a deliberate, gentle press. A woman's finger. I don't know how I knew it was a woman's touch, but I just did. The finger was cool, but not cold, and the pressure was light, but unmistakably there. Then I felt breath on my skin, just a faint, warm sensation against the back of my neck, right where someone would breathe if they were standing over me. It wasn't heavy breathing or anything creepy like that, just the soft, barely there feeling of someone exhaling near me. The touch felt so real. I've had plenty of dreams where I think something is happening, but this was different. It wasn't vague or dreamlike at all. It was as precise and physical as if someone had actually touched me. Almost immediately after feeling the touch, this heavy, paralyzed sensation spread through my entire body. I couldn't move a single muscle. I tried to lift my arm, but nothing happened. I tried to roll over to see who was there, but my body wouldn't respond. I tried to call out, but my mouth wouldn't open, and my vocal cords were frozen. It wasn't painful, but it was the most helpless feeling I've ever experienced. The weirdest part? I wasn't terrified. I should have been, right? A strange presence in my room, touching me, and I couldn't move or scream. That's horror movie stuff. But instead of panic, I felt this odd, detached awareness. I knew something was wrong, but I couldn't summon the appropriate emotional response. It was like my emotions were paralyzed too. I could still see my room from the angle I was lying in. Nothing looked different. The soft yellow light from my bedside lamp still illuminated everything. My posters were still on the walls. My desk was still cluttered with schoolwork. Everything was normal, except for the fact that I couldn't move and distinctly felt someone there with me. I didn't see anyone, but I sensed a presence. It wasn't just behind me where I'd felt the touch. It was all around me, like being underwater and feeling the pressure from all sides. I had the overwhelming certainty that I was being watched, not with malice, but with curiosity, interest. I don't know how to describe it exactly. Time seemed to stretch out. I have no idea how long I was actually in that state. It could have been seconds or minutes. It's impossible to say. When you can't move and can't check the time, your sense of duration gets completely warped. Then, out of nowhere, my bedroom door opened. The sound of the doorknob turning and the slight creak of the hinges cut through the silence like a knife. I heard footsteps, familiar ones, my mother's. "Sophia, are you okay?" Her voice broke whatever spell I was under. Instantly, the paralysis vanished. I could move again. I sat up quickly, probably too quickly because I felt a rush of dizziness. "Mom?" My voice came out raspy, like I hadn't used it in hours. She was standing in my doorway with a concerned expression. She was still in her work clothes. She hadn't even changed yet. "I just had this feeling I needed to check on you. Are you all right?" I was confused. "Did I call for you?" I asked, even though I knew I couldn't have. She shook her head. "No, nothing like that. I was downstairs with your dad and suddenly got this, I don't know, this feeling that something was off, like I needed to come see if you were okay." She walked over and sat on the edge of my bed. "Were you having a nightmare?" I didn't know what to tell her. It wasn't a nightmare. I hadn't even been properly asleep. And the touch. It had felt so real. But how do you explain something like that without sounding crazy? I think I was having sleep paralysis or something," I said finally, going with the most rational explanation I could think of. I couldn't move. It felt like someone was in here with me. My mom's expression changed slightly. Not dramatically, but enough that I noticed. "What do you mean someone was in here with you?" "I felt someone touch my shoulder," I admitted, and I could feel them breathing near me. She was quiet for a moment, then reached out and brushed some hair from my face. "That sounds scary." "But it was just a dream, honey. You're safe." But the thing is, I didn't feel like it was just a dream. And what really freaked me out was the timing of my mom coming to check on me. She hadn't heard anything. I hadn't made a sound. She and my dad had been in the middle of an argument downstairs. There was no logical reason for her to suddenly feel compelled to check on me at that exact moment. "Why did you really come up?" I pressed her. "You never just randomly check on me like this." My mom looked uncomfortable. "I told you I just had this feeling, like I don't know, like a tug. Like something was pulling me upstairs." She tried to laugh it off. Mother's intuition, I guess. But I could tell there was more to it than she was saying. The way she kept glancing around my room, how she sat there longer than necessary, as if making sure nothing was going to happen while she was there. Eventually she left, telling me to try to get some proper sleep. But I didn't sleep well that night. I kept the light on and stayed on my phone until well past midnight, afraid to let myself drift off again. The next day, I tried to research what had happened. Sleep paralysis seemed like the most logical explanation for the inability to move, but it didn't account for my mother's sudden intuition. And most descriptions of sleep paralysis involve fear and hallucinations of threatening figures. What I experienced wasn't scary in the moment, and I didn't see anything. I just felt a presence and a touch. I tried asking my mum more about what she'd felt, but she brushed it off, saying she was probably just being overprotective. But sometimes I'd catch her looking at me with this worried expression when she thought I wasn't paying attention. A few weeks later, I overheard her talking to my aunt on the phone. I only caught a snippet of the conversation, but I heard her say, "It was just like what happened with Grandma Louise." That same feeling of being pulled to check on someone. I never found out what she meant by that. When I asked about Grandma Louise, my great-grandmother who died before I was born, my mom changed the subject. She's good at that, redirecting conversations she doesn't want to have. It's been 6 years now, and I still think about that night. I've had regular dreams since then, even occasional nightmares, but nothing like that experience. Nothing with that same quality of realness combined with paralysis. Nothing that made my mom sense something was wrong from a different floor of the house. Sometimes I wonder if it was some kind of protection thing, like whatever presence was there wasn't trying to harm me, and my mom was somehow connected to it or sensing it too. Other times I think maybe our house had something, I don't know, something residual in it. We moved a year later for my dad's job, and I've never felt anything similar in any other place I've lived. The thing that still bothers me the most is the touch. It was so specific. A single finger, pressing gently on my shoulder. Not threatening, not aggressive, almost like someone checking if I was awake. And the breath, light and quick, like someone leaning in close to see me better. I've tried to convince myself it was just a strange sleep phenomenon, but deep down, I don't believe that. Something happened that night, something I can't explain, and whatever it was, my mother somehow sensed it too, from a completely different part of the house. I've never told anyone else about this until now. It sounds too weird, too hard to believe. But I know what I felt, and I know the timing of my mom coming to check on me wasn't a coincidence. Has anyone else experienced something similar, or does anyone have an explanation for what might have happened to me that night? I'm still looking for answers. Story 23. I've been working security at Castle Augustus II in Dresden for about 4 years now. It's usually a pretty straightforward job. Monitor the cameras, do your rounds, check that everything's locked up. Nothing special. Until December 2021, when I experienced something I still can't explain. For context, the castle was closed to the public that month. They were doing some major electrical repairs throughout the building, updating old wiring that probably hadn't been touched since the post-war restoration. My name's Victor, by the way, Victor Lindemann. I'm 32, ex-military, and I don't scare easily. At least I didn't used to. During the renovation period, we were working weird hours. The electricians would be there during the day, and we'd have to supervise them, then lock up after they left. This meant 10 or 11-hour shifts in an empty, increasingly dark castle as winter set in. December in Dresden gets dark early. By 4 in the afternoon, the sun is already setting. The castle itself is massive. It was extensively damaged during World War II, but they restored it meticulously, especially the royal chambers. Augustus II was known as Augustus the Strong, a Saxon king who became King of Poland in the early 18th century. He was obsessed with art and luxury, and his chambers reflect that. Gold everywhere, ornate furniture, red royal carpets, paintings, sculptures. The rooms are exactly as they were 300 years ago. My weird experiences all centered around Augustus's personal chambers, specifically the antechambers and throne room in the West Wing. These are some of the most ornate rooms in the castle. The walls are covered in golden ornaments. There are massive chandeliers, and everything screams royalty. It started on December 12th. I was doing my final rounds before the night shift came in. The electricians had finished for the day around 5, and I needed to close all the doors throughout the West Wing. The place has dozens of rooms, and we're required to check each one before locking up. I was in the second antechamber, which leads to Augustus's throne room, when I heard it for the first time. Footsteps. They were coming from behind one of the walls, not muffled, like someone walking in an adjacent room, but clear and distinct, the sound of boots on a wooden floor. Now the wall where I heard the footsteps separates the antechamber from what used to be Augustus's wardrobe room. It's a small chamber where the king would change clothes, connected to his bedchamber by a heavy oak door. That oak door is important. It's massive, probably weighs 100 kilos, and makes a distinctive creaking sound when it opens. You can't miss it. I froze when I heard the footsteps. My first thought was that one of the workers had stayed behind, though they weren't supposed to be in that section. I radioed Marcus, my supervisor, asking if anyone else was still in the building. "Just you and me, Victor," he said. "Why?" I told him I'd heard something and would check it out. I went to the wardrobe room, which you can only access through an iron door in the corridor. This door was closed and locked as it should be. I unlocked it and stepped inside. The wardrobe room was empty, completely empty. The lights were off, and the only illumination came from my flashlight and the dim emergency lighting in the corridor. I checked behind the display cases and the velvet ropes that keep tourists at bay. Nothing. Most importantly, the oak door connecting to the bedchamber was still closed. That door, I can't stress this enough, makes a loud noise when opened. There's no way someone could have opened it without me hearing, especially in the silence of the empty castle. I chalked it up to old building noises. These places settle and creak, especially when the heating system kicks on and off. I finished my rounds and handed over to the night shift. But it happened again 3 days later, on December 15th. This time, I was in the throne room, checking the windows. The throne room is the most impressive chamber in the castle. A massive space with a golden throne on a raised platform, surrounded by paintings of Augustus's military victories. It was around 6 in the evening, already pitch black outside. The electricians had left about an hour earlier. I was alone in that wing of the castle, with only the security cameras connecting me to my colleagues in the main office. That's when I heard the footsteps again. This time, they seemed to be moving from the wardrobe room into the bedchamber. I distinctly heard the pattern of someone walking slowly, deliberately, from one room to the other. But here's the thing. I didn't hear the oak door open. I radioed in again, asking if anyone was in that section of the castle. Again, the answer was no. This time, I was genuinely confused. I'm not the type to jump at shadows, but these footsteps were unmistakable. They weren't the random creaks of an old building. They had rhythm, purpose. I went to check the bedchamber. To get there, I had to go back through the corridor, unlock another door, and enter from the main entrance. When I got there, the room was empty, just as I expected. The oak door connecting to the wardrobe room was still closed, showing no signs of having been recently opened. I started to feel uneasy. Not scared exactly, but that feeling you get when something doesn't add up. I'm a rational person. I believe there's an explanation for everything, but at that moment, standing in Augustus's bedchamber with my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, I couldn't think of one. The next day, I mentioned it to Klaus, another security guard who'd been working at the castle for over a decade. I expected him to laugh it off. Instead, he nodded knowingly. "Ah, you heard him too." "Heard who?" I asked. "Augustus," he said, like it was the most normal thing in the world. He still walks his chambers, especially when the public isn't around. I thought he was messing with me, but Klaus insisted that several guards had experienced the same thing over the years. Footsteps in the royal chambers when no one was there, always in the same pattern, moving between the wardrobe room and the bedchamber, or from the antechamber to the throne room. "The old king is just checking that we're protecting his castle properly," Klaus said with a shrug. "It's nothing to worry about." I'm not superstitious. I've never believed in ghosts. But Klaus's casual acceptance of the phenomenon unnerved me more than the footsteps themselves. The third incident happened on December 20th. This was the one that really got to me. I was doing the evening lockup again. The castle was especially quiet that day because many of the electricians had already left for the Christmas holidays. Only a skeleton crew remained, working on the essential systems. It was around 7 in the evening. I was in the first antechamber, checking that the display cases were properly secured. The room was dimly lit by the emergency lights, casting long shadows across the ornate furniture. That's when the temperature dropped. I'm not talking about a slight chill. The room went from comfortably warm to freezing in the span of maybe 30 seconds. My breath came out in visible puffs, and I could feel the cold seeping through my uniform. I checked the thermostat on the wall. It still showed 21 degrees Celsius, which made no sense given how cold it felt. I was about to radio in a potential issue with the heating system when I heard the footsteps again. This time, they were in the same room as me. Clear, distinct footsteps moving across the wooden floor from the entrance toward the door leading to the second antechamber. But there was nobody there. I could see the entire room, and I was alone. The footsteps passed right by me. I felt a rush of even colder air, like someone walking past. Then they continued toward the second antechamber, the sound fading as they moved away. My heart was pounding. I'm not ashamed to admit I was scared, not panicking, but definitely scared. I followed the sound, moving cautiously into the second antechamber, then toward the throne room. In each room, the same thing happened. The temperature dropped dramatically, the footsteps passed through, and then moved on to the next chamber. It was like I was following someone on their rounds, except there was no one to see. The footsteps finally stopped in the bedchamber. I stood there in the cold, silent room, waiting for something else to happen. Nothing did. After about 5 minutes, the temperature gradually returned to normal. I didn't tell anyone about this incident right away. I was still processing it myself. But a week later, when I was having a beer with Klaus after our shift, I mentioned it. "It happens," he said simply. "Augustus likes to inspect his chambers. Sometimes you can feel him walk by. Sometimes you just hear him." "But why?" I asked. "Why would a ghost, if that's what it is, need to check his own rooms?" Klaus shrugged. He was obsessed with these chambers when he was alive, had them designed exactly to his specifications. After the war, when they rebuilt the castle, they made everything exactly as it was before. Maybe he's making sure we're taking care of them properly. I've thought about Klaus's explanation a lot since then. I'm still not sure I believe in ghosts, but I can't explain what happened in any rational way. The footsteps were too deliberate, too consistent to be random noises. The temperature drop was real. I felt it. And the fact that other guards have experienced the same thing in the same places makes it hard to dismiss. What bothers me most is the matter-of-fact way Klaus and some of the other long-time guards accept it, like it's just part of the job. You monitor the cameras, you do your rounds, and occasionally you encounter the ghost of a 300-year-old king checking that his golden chambers are still in order. I still work at Castle Augustus II. I still do my rounds in the West Wing, through those ornate royal chambers, and sometimes, especially when the castle is closed to the public, I still hear those footsteps. I've even started to recognize the pattern. They always follow the same route, from the first antechamber through to the throne room, then to the wardrobe room, and finally to the bedchamber. It's been over a year since that December, and I've never seen anything. No apparition, no figure in the shadows. Just the footsteps, the occasional cold spot, and once the distinct sound of that heavy oak door between the wardrobe room and bedchamber creaking open and closed, even though when I checked, it was still firmly shut. I don't know if it's Augustus the Strong still watching over his castle. I don't know if I believe that. But something walks those chambers when the public is gone. Something that follows the same path a king might have taken 3 centuries ago. And whatever it is, it seems intent on continuing its rounds for as long as the castle stands. Story 24. I don't talk about this much. It's been 15 years, and I'm 32 now. But what happened that night in our apartment at Oak Ridge Estates still gives me this weird feeling in my chest whenever I think about it. I've told maybe 3 people total, and every time I get the same reaction. Either they think I'm making it up, or they get all weird and start talking about ghosts and demons and stuff. But my mum was there too. We both saw it, and that's the only reason I don't think I was hallucinating or something. This happened about 6 months after my parents' divorce was finalized. It was brutal. My dad had been having an affair with his secretary. Such a cliché, right? And when my mum found out, everything fell apart fast. The worst part was that my brother Jake decided to live with my dad. He was 16, I was 17, and even though we were close growing up, he chose Dad's side, said Mom was too emotional and impossible to live with. God, I still remember the day he moved out, dragging his suitcases past me without even making eye contact. So it was just me and Mom in this 2-bedroom apartment at Oak Ridge Estates, this kind of run-down complex on the edge of town. The walls were paper-thin. The carpet was this nasty beige color that never looked clean, no matter how much we vacuumed. And the whole place smelled faintly of the Indian food the previous tenants must have cooked. but it was all we could afford after the divorce. Mom wasn't doing well. She'd lost like 20 pounds, which she couldn't afford to lose, and she'd cry at random moments while doing dishes, folding laundry, or just sitting on the couch staring at nothing. I was trying to keep it together, but senior year was falling apart too. My grades were tanking, I'd stopped hanging out with friends, and most nights I just stayed in my room listening to music with my headphones cranked up so I wouldn't hear Mom crying. The night it happened was a Tuesday in November. I remember because I had a history test the next day that I hadn't studied for, and I was dreading going to school. It was around 11 at night, and we were both in the living room. Mom was sitting in this old armchair we'd brought from our old house, just staring at the TV even though it wasn't turned on. I was sprawled on the couch with my textbook open, pretending to read, but actually just doodling in the margins. I remember the heater kicked on with that rattling sound it always made, and Mom sighed and said we should probably get to bed. Her voice had this flatness to it that had become normal by then. She stood up slowly like her body was too heavy to move. I closed my book and stood up too, stretching my arms over my head. And that's when it happened. Right between us, maybe 4 feet off the ground, this thing appeared, just blinked into existence. It was a ball of light, about the size of a softball, not like a light bulb or anything with a source, just this perfect sphere of bright, intense white light. The center was almost too bright to look at, like staring at the sun, but around the edges it had this pulsing orange glow. It was just floating there, perfectly still, right at eye level. I froze, like completely froze. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. My arms were still halfway raised from stretching, and they just stayed there. The light was illuminating the whole room, casting these weird shadows on the walls. It was bright enough that I could see every detail of Mum's face across the room. Her wide eyes, her mouth hanging open. For a second I thought maybe the apartment was on fire, or a power line had burst, or something explainable was happening. But this thing was just hovering there, perfectly round, not attached to anything. And it wasn't making any sound, no buzzing, no crackling, nothing. The room was completely silent except for my heartbeat pounding in my ears. It stayed there for maybe 5 seconds, though it felt way longer. Then, slowly, it started moving. Not drifting like a balloon, but moving with purpose, gliding across the room toward the kitchen area. It moved at about walking pace, steady and controlled. As it moved, the orange glow around it seemed to pulse slightly, like it was breathing. I remember thinking, this isn't real, this can't be happening. But I couldn't look away. It floated past the kitchen counter toward the wall with the window that faced the parking lot. Then, when it was about a foot from the wall, it just disappeared. Not faded out, not zoomed away, just there 1 second and gone the next, like someone had flipped a switch. The room went back to normal darkness, with just the dim lamp by the couch providing light. For a few seconds, neither of us moved or said anything. I could hear my own breathing, fast and shallow. Then I looked at Mom, and she was looking at me, her face pale and her eyes huge. "Did you—" I started to say. "The ball of light," she whispered. "You saw it too." I nodded, finally dropping my arms. My heart was racing so fast I felt dizzy. "What was that?" I asked, my voice cracking a little. "Was that like ball lightning or something?" Mom shook her head slowly. I don't know." We both moved at the same time, meeting in the middle of the room right where the ball had appeared. We stood there, staring at the empty space, then at each other. I remember her hands were shaking as she reached out and grabbed my arm. "It wasn't threatening," she said, almost to herself. "It didn't feel bad." She was right. As terrifying as it was to see something that shouldn't exist, that couldn't exist, I hadn't felt afraid of the light itself. Shocked, confused, but not threatened. It hadn't moved aggressively or done anything to harm us. It had just been there. We checked the apartment, of course, looked out the window, checked the fuse box, even went outside in our pajamas to see if there was anything unusual in the parking lot. Nothing. No other neighbors were outside, no emergency vehicles, no strange lights in the sky, just a normal November night. When we came back in, we sat at the kitchen table for hours, talking about what we'd seen. We described it to each other in detail, and our descriptions matched perfectly. Same size, same color, same movement pattern. We hadn't imagined it, and we hadn't seen different things. It was real, and we'd both witnessed it. Here's the weird part. As we talked, this strange sense of calm came over us. The fear and shock wore off, and instead I started feeling, I don't know how to explain it except to say it felt like relief, like a weight had been lifted. Mom seemed different too. There was color in her face again, and her voice had lost that flatness. "You know," she said around 2 in the morning, "it makes me think of my mother. My grandmother had died when I was 10. She and Mom had been incredibly close. She always said she'd watch over us." I wasn't sure about that interpretation. I'd never been big on supernatural stuff. But I couldn't deny that something had changed in the apartment. The air felt lighter somehow, like the constant tension we'd been living with had broken. We finally went to bed around 3. I slept better that night than I had in months, and when I woke up, Mom was already in the kitchen making pancakes. She hadn't made pancakes since before the divorce. She was humming some old song, and when I walked in, she actually smiled at me. "Good morning, honey," she said, and for the first time in months, she sounded like my mom again. I still failed that history test, but somehow it didn't seem to matter as much. Over the next few weeks, things started to change. Mom got a better job at a real estate office. I pulled my grades up enough to still graduate with my class. We started talking more, really talking, not just existing in the same space. And weirdly, I started talking to Jake again too. Just texts at first, then actual phone calls. By spring, he was coming over to the apartment some weekends. We never saw the light again, not once. We kept the experience mostly to ourselves. Who would believe us anyway? But sometimes, during tough moments over the years, one of us would say to the other, "Remember the ball of light?" And we'd both know exactly what it meant. I've done research since then. Ball lightning, electrical phenomena, hallucinations, nothing quite matches what we saw. The closest I've found are accounts from other people who've seen similar things during emotional crises or after losing someone. Some think they're spirits or energy manifestations or whatever. I don't know about all that. I just know what we saw and what happened after. I'm still not religious or super spiritual, but that night changed something for me. It's like, in our darkest moment, when everything seemed hopeless and we felt totally alone, something impossible happened that only the two of us shared, and it reminded us that even when things seem completely broken, there's still something mysterious and maybe even beautiful in the world. That life goes on, and that we weren't as alone as we thought. Mom is doing great now. She remarried a few years ago to this really kind guy who treats her well. I finished college and have a decent job. Jake and I talk regularly, though things are still a bit strained with Dad. Life moved on, as it does, but sometimes when I visit Mom, late at night when her husband is asleep, we'll sit in her kitchen and talk about that night. We still don't know what it was, or why it appeared to us. Was it some natural phenomenon science hasn't explained yet? Was it something supernatural? Was it just a shared hallucination brought on by stress and grief? I don't know. But what I do know is that my mother and I saw the same impossible thing at the same time, and afterward we both found the strength to keep going. Maybe that was the whole point. The light never came back. But in a way, it never really left us either.